side from Spain, POFC, and the sun was out, and of course we're used to commentating games indoors, and of course here in Mexico also, the altitude is very different from what some of these players are used to.
Yes, it's a very different set of elements to this. As you say, they're outdoors if it rains. You've got rain to factor into the game, wind, altitude, as you say, a natural playing curve as well. Proper, real, natural grass that have been part of the artificial aspect where you can play element of this. And of course, the roof, who's seeming with a lot of the time came into play in the game, blocking those high, hit it as high as you want. So it'll be interesting to see how they adapt to those different ingredients this weekend or this evening at the Azteca Stadium.
Well, as you can see, all the fans are prepared with their Kings League masks, and tickets sold quickly for this inaugural Final Four. It's the first season, of course. We've had more seasons in Europe, but also Mexico will be hosting the first Kings League World Cup. Now it'll be in Monterrey, but here in Mexico, we're waiting for the two semi-finals and final, and there will be plenty of surprises also along the way. We've got concerts, we've got penalty shootouts, lots of action taking place between matches. Now, this is the unveiling of presidents from teams that, well, failed to qualify for this Final Four. Now, this is the Kings League Americas, Bruno. There are teams from the Caribbean, South America, Central America. Maybe not seeing Club de Cuervos here and Peluche Caligari is a massive upset.
Yeah, because out of the Mexican teams, of course, there were a couple other Mexican teams, but you do feel from the games that we've done week in, week out, the two teams that had the biggest amount of support and the fans sort of dressing up in the colours or in a sort of fashion of those teams were Peluche Caligari and Club de Cuervos. So I suppose, in a sense, for the organisers, they probably would have preferred having both of them here because of here we see, for example, one of the Montiel brothers for Peluche Caligari because of what they bring and that sort of engagement they've got with the fans. But they're still here at least, adding to the show, adding to the spectacle and bringing their part, which has been, I'd say, very important in sort of kicking off this inaugural season of the Kings League Americas.
So what, his hair has not improved. I mean,
no.
I thought you would have time to go to the barbers during these, weeks, weekends, matches. It's been non-stop. There's been a couple of double sessions with players playing two matches in the space of 24 hours. But for now, I mean, it's going to be very demanding for the teams playing two matches in the space of a few hours. Now, for this side here, Galácticos de Caribe, Los Futbolitos, and Alefoque, or Willy, as that's his nickname. They were saying beforehand, Bruno, that they're underdogs. They know they're underdogs. They've got nothing to lose. If they win, Willy's going to shave his eyebrows.
Yeah, well.
Would you do that?
I was going to say, he could have gone for. I mean, he's not been forced to put that on the line. I think I would have gone for something else. Probably.
Tell you what, there's some tattoos in there as well. Alana said she was going to tattoo the club badge. Barker Gamer, who unveils his face now, also said either the club badge or the date today of the final. And Pharrell Titan, Germán Garmendia, I think he took the wise option. He's going to dye his hair pink. I mean, that's his colour. That's the the kind of the jersey the team wear. And as for El Zain, there we see, he also said he'll get a tattoo. He said he's going a bit thin up on top. He doesn't want to shave his head, but he'll definitely get himself a tattoo.
Yeah, I think out of those options, I would go for anything but shaving the eyebrows off, to be honest. I mean, going pink. It's understandable. You can walk down the street and people say, okay, he's maybe fashionista, or he's lost a bet. But shaving your eyebrows off, I mean, you look ludicrous.
Yeah, that's that's what we might see from Galacticos, Bruno. Now, this is basically the introduction of the presidents. Now, just a selection, not all the presidents here in attendance. They all got quite a decent reception, of course. Ranita, a team from Mexico, got the biggest shout, along with Luigi Caligari and Club de Cuervos, Mercedes Roa. And we all knew who got probably the most boos, Muchachos.
Oh, and that just made me think now. No Wes Santos. No.
Did
you see him?
Yeah, Wes Cole.
No, Wes Cole.
There's a few people that maybe
boycotting.
Yeah, maybe boycotting, but they're missing out on this great occasion here. And you can see, I have to say, this stadium is legendary. And there we see, well, two great footballers, Piqué and Layun, with what is some trophy.
It's not bad, is it?
Well, that is for the winner. Only one team can claim that title here in Mexico. 12 clubs started the inaugural season. Chamos finished bottom of the standings. Salians, a club we really like. Castro, the president, on 13 points. Club de Cuervos just above them, but in the end, failing to make the playoff, the quarterfinals. We'll give you the results of those quarterfinals and semis. And here, quick, and unfortunately there's no sound on these interviews. We'll try and see if we can get the sound on these interviews. So just bear with us, but you can listen to Bruno and myself. We've been commentating these games since the start of the season, since we started back in February. And now really looking forward to this Final Four. It's going to be non-stop. So, between matches, you can quickly shoot off, grab a coffee. Now, if you're tuning in from Europe and you're watching for the first time wondering what is the Kings League and what is the Kings League World Cup, well, stay tuned. Watch these matches. We'll explain the rules as the games go along, because it's not a traditional 7-a-side. And lots of twists and turns, weapons, some cards that are drawn at the start of matches. But the Kings World Cup will have the same rules. So please stay with us. Enjoy these next few hours. And there are a couple of concerts also to enjoy as well. And Bruno, if you had to pick a team, put you on the spot, who do you go for?
You know where I'm going with this. And I think we've both been on the same page, which I suppose isn't the best in terms of television content, because you want a bit of an argument and people sort of bring their case for their team. But I think we both agree, and have agreed from quite early on in the season, that Ranita is the team that's got the best balance in players, the most different options available in terms of good defenders, good wingers, good goal scorers. So you just feel like they've got the most to them, and they can afford to have maybe a couple of players have a quiet day, because other people can sort of come to the fore. Whereas if you look at Galácticos del Caribe, it's quite dependent on a player like Leandro Gomez. So for me, it's anything that's not a final between Ranita and Real Titan would be a pretty big surprise.
Well, Ranita will be up first in the semi-final against Galácticos del Caribe. Now, they finished third in the table, 19 points. They picked up 7 wins, and they had an excellent defence, conceding 28 goals. And as Bruno pointed out, it's a team. It's a team. No real star players, but what you need are 5, 6, 7 excellent players, and that's what Ranita have. Plenty of strength in depth, which will be important with 2 matches for the team that win their semi-final, of course, also the final. As for Galácticos, at the back, Ferrinho is excellent. Some goalkeeper, Bernal, defensively, superb. And Pablo Leandro Gomez, the 26-year-old Argentine, I think one of the stars of the league season.
Yeah, he's brilliant. We've enjoyed seeing him play, haven't we? He's that sort of stereotypical number 10 Argentinian, small, left-footed, so skillful, so just easy to get past players, close control of the ball, and if he has his day, he could definitely scare Ranita. Let's not forget that Galácticos del Caribe knocked out Peluche Caligari, who are a very strong team, really comfortably in the finals. So that's a little message, for Ranita, not to take them too lightly today.
Well, this stadium, you can still see some fans getting into the seats, so they might not look full. It's still a record crowd, and it's not quite the stadium that had over 130,000 people attending a game. I mean, the capacity, of course, reduced. There's no standing areas, but it's still over 80,000, and it has hosted 2 World Cup finals, also the Olympics here in Mexico. It is some venue to host the inaugural Kings League Final 4. We're here, Eric McKee and Bruno Begarecce, to take you through these games. Now, Galácticos del Caribe against Ranita, when they met during the regular season, it ended in a 3-1 win for Ranita. Now, Ranita were a team that started the season slowly and then improved and continued improving. Now, Galácticos look like they're going to miss out completely, Bruno, on the postseason, on the playoffs, but they upset all the odds, and I kind of think that makes them even more dangerous, because a team that are here to enjoy themselves, the pressure is off, unlike Real Titan, who are up in that second semi-final against Persas. I think whoever plays now has the benefit of going first, because you will get a bit more rest than the teams up in that second semi-final.
Yeah, and in the case of Galácticos and even Persas, as you say, for them, I think just being here is more than mission accomplished, and so it's just go out there, have some fun. I think they're just happy to be there, whereas for Ranita and Real Titan, they'll almost feel, obviously there's not the sort of demands and expectations of a professional football club, but I think they'll feel that they're the better teams in this competition, and if they don't reach that final, they'll be hugely disappointed. So there might be that added pressure going into the games for both Ranita and Real Titan. Let's not forget that Real Titan had a couple of weeks off as well. Everyone's been battling away in the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, but of course, because they won the regular season, they've been sitting at home, and well, let's see if that can also affect a team that has only been together for what, 2-3 months. So any sort of time without playing might have an effect on, because as we said, they're not professional clubs, they're not training day in, day out. So let's see what kind of a Real Titan we see today as well.
Now, I do have quite a few ex-pros playing here at this Kings League Final 4, and of course, I mean, if you've looked up the World Cup, I mean, Eden Hazard, Ferdinand, Götze, I mean, we'll tell you the teams later on, but I mean, it's going to be some event here in Mexico. Now, of course, that's Gerard Piqué. Barcelona, Manchester United, also had a brief stint at Zaragoza, but not many people know about that. But Spain international, Piqué, and one of the masterminds behind this Kings League. Now, I mean, I've actually been to the stadium, not to see a game, on a visit, and
wow.
It's incredible. It was just, I mean, obviously they've got a huge plaque outside as well, which just tells you about the 1986 World Cup, of course, and some of the goals that have been scored here, because I mean, there have been so many iconic moments inside this venue. I mean, so many. it had the game of the century, perhaps even the goal of the century, the hand of God. I mean, if you don't support England, then you would have celebrated that goal. But it's I mean, it's just incredible to see. And when people, were wondering how this would evolve the Kings League, well, in Spain, it's proven to be a huge success, and it's expanding. And hopefully, we'll see a second split here in Mexico and a worldwide expansion.
Yeah, and I think also, Eric, to sort of explain to people who perhaps aren't so accustomed to seeing the Kings League, as you say, it's gone down really well in Spain. It appears in mainstream media in Spain. You can buy newspapers, and a couple of pages after reading the results from the weekend in La Liga in the second division and the leagues all around the world, you can see the results for the Kings League in the table. That's almost goes to show just how much a part of the sort of scene, the sporting scene, it has become in Spain.
Oh, that's a rather good penalty to start off. Now, that is the president of Muchachos. By the way, in goal is Moises Daba, Wes Santos, and Eli Sadia from Cuervos. Now, a bit of fun here, a bit of banter. I mean, shame his players can do the same.
Yeah.
Though Villa, I have to say, Villa was the top scorer.
Villa was good. Yeah, Eric Vera in defence as well. But yeah, they were a little bit disappointing, weren't they, Muchachos?
Yeah, Villa 19 goals. Diego Martinez finished second on 16. Pablo Gomez 15. Fran Hernandez, Spaniard, who is here, having played in Spain, scored 14. Now, let's just check on this second penalty.
President of the worst team. According to the table.
Did bounce over the line.
Crossbar
there is VAR. There is VAR here. I don't think they're going to use VAR. I think it did actually bounce over the line.
We've had a couple in the last few weeks of these where
clearly
that one's clearly over.
Clearly, even hit the net. Even hit the net.
Yeah. That's the giveaway. Look at that technique, eh?
We have seen some great penalties, some really woeful penalties also. I mean, there's plenty of fun moments. This is what it's about. I mean, it's it's a combination of sport, laughter, banter, bit of tension as well. I have to say, we've had some cracking games with some really big challenges, and of course, this is a grass pitch. These players are not used to playing on a grass pitch during the regular season. Keeper stood up well. Sorry?
Who, for you, out of the presidents, give me the best penalty taker and the worst penalty taker?
The worst penalty taker? I would say Chicharito's mate. Olympia United, who I think hit the corner flag with one penalty. But he's not here. It's a shame. Right. And the best penalty, I mean, Los Chamos. I mean, I have to say, and Castro as well.
Castro's very
unfortunately, good, the two teams that failed to qualify, I mean, they were quite good from the spot. Now, he's a bit of a cheeky one, this one here. He might even do a Rabona.
Yeah, he's the biggest showman when it comes to the penalties. Okay.
That's tucked away superbly. Oh, that's a bit of a mix, isn't it? That's a Ronaldo-esque sui. And for those who Kiko, a former Atletico Madrid player, used to do the Archer. That's going back a
then Fernando Torres started doing as well.
Well, that was quite decent technique.
That's a good pen. Probably his best.
Like yourself. Anyone you think takes a really mean penalty?
Good penalties for me. As you say, Yolo from Chamos. I think Castro, technique-wise, he's got the best strike. But Mercedes Roa for Cuervos has taken some good penalties as well.
She's here. She's one of the presidents up next.
These two brothers are pretty poor, though. I must say.
Which of the two Montiel brothers?
Oh, good.
He heard you. Bruno, he has just silenced you.
I saw him take one when we were doing mic tests before this stream went live. I saw him take one, which he hit over the crossbar. So he's had a couple out there to sort of train for this moment.
Well, their team were involved in a friendly before as a warm-up, as the fans were just arriving. Of course, I mean, they've got a huge support. I mean, two very popular streamers in Mexico, one of the local teams, and also up next, the president of another local side here. I thought they would have gone quite far because they had lots of talented players, but again, we were seeing dips in form, and of course, there are so many games when you're dominating for almost the entire 40 minutes. In the final 2 or 3 minutes, suddenly, you know, goals worth double, cards, weapons are played, and leading 3-2, you end up losing 7-3. And Club Cuervos, I think, lost 3 games in the last couple of minutes. And it cost them, in the end, a seeded position, and they would have had probably an easier draw.
Actually, matter of fact, she missed the last penalty.
I don't know.
Did the keeper do the old back garden with your 3-year-old kid? You know,
I think, yeah, definitely. I mean, soft butter hands. I mean, look at this. Oh, come on. I mean, still not a bad penalty.
Yeah,
That's what I side-footed home. I mean, that's good technique also.
No, yeah, she's got good technique. Last week she went for the top corner, which, you know, ended up being quite costly because they drew 0-0 and lost on penalties.
Oh, this is it's not Will Smith, but he has Will on the back of his jersey. His nickname is Willie. Oh, that is brilliant.
The cheek.
That was a really good penalty. I mean, he didn't even stop, did he, in his run-up? Oh, maybe he did.
Oh, maybe he wouldn't have got away with that in a professional game.
No.
Yeah, well, they'll let that one fly for now, but...
I mean, he does look a lot like Will Smith.
That's incredible. It's one of the best lookalikes I've ever seen.
Los futbolitos a la foque, or also known as Will Smith, are the presidents of Galácticos de Caribe. Good backroom staff, Lucas Ayala, Emilio Verderrame, have put together a good team that picked up steam. Well, that was poor. Picked up steam. Yep, that was that bad. Picked up steam.
The lack of respect from the keeper.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just, you know. I mean, this is a great crowd. A lot of VIP boxes. Still, a lot of people outside making their way in. This is still the warm-up. Getting ready for the main event.
Bare feet.
Well, let's see how one of the presidents of Ranita does from the spot.
Oh,
oh, sumptuous.
With the socks, no boots.
You probably have to. He took out his phone and keys. You better not forget them. That was. I have to say.
That was nice.
That was one good penalty. The best so far.
Finesse.
Oh, popular streamer 2 here in Mexico. And this is the other president of Ranita. Let's see how Elena does from the spot. Mexican. Right-footed. Now with the keeper.
Oh no! Even she yeah. Was she going through the Panenka like Barker, or
I think she was trying to do that.
The ball?
And I'm pretty sure the keeper was just saying, just get it on target. I was gonna let it in. Well, Daba in goal, along with Eli Sadia. Moises Daba was the West Santos goalkeeper. Now, he is hugely popular. Germán Garmendia from Chile, who, if his team win, will dye his hair pink. I've never seen him take a penalty. I've never seen him kick a ball.
I was going to say,
he's always on the
first
beach.
time we see him in the flesh. Yeah. All right, he scored, but it wasn't the most convincing run up. He looks a lot like someone as well. He looks a lot like, I can't remember his name, but one of the actors on American Pie.
I know the one you're talking about. I have to find his name. I know exactly who you're talking about. Now, Peru are in the house. Took a really good penalty.
I've seen him in the flesh either.
I've seen him take a penalty.
All right. I haven't seen him.
Yes, I have. Watch this go into the top corner.
They've got to get a little bit more original with their celebration. They're all doing the Ronaldo.
They end up in the back of the net, which is what counts. And well, we're enjoying this presidential penalty shootout as is it starting to rain?
Yeah, it looks like it's raining. It's going to be our first experience of Kings League with rain.
A few drops starting to fall. Now there's one big grey cloud above us here in the stadium, which is just going to make this surface a bit quicker. Wow, you can see now the clouds are coming in. Now, is Layun going to take a penalty? And who is going in goal? They should probably put both Montiel brothers in goal.
Oh, I thought they were both going in. Well, I can't imagine him being the best goalie.
Well, following this penalty shootout, we're going to see the presentation of the catapult. Yes, a catapult. Because normally when we play indoors, for the start of the game, the ball drops from the roof. Obviously, there's no roof here. Layun! Oh, no!
Oh, no, Layun! It's meant to show them how it's done.
I mean, that's being filmed by about 60,000 people. You're not going to escape this one. Oh, that was well wide. Well, not renowned for his goal scoring, Layun.
And he's laughing, but you know he's dying on the inside. I thought we'd get a penalty from Gerrard.
Oh, do you know, I've never seen PK take a penalty. I've seen him score for your goal, but never take a penalty. Well, this is, now, for you guys watching back home, what is Bimbo, what is the dives? Well, we'll find out later. It will be rolled, or catapulted, at the end of the first half. Now, games are 40-minute long, and there are two 20-minute halves. On the 80-minute mark in the first half, that dice will be thrown, and teams start with one player, build up to 7. They will end the first half, the final 2 minutes plus added time, with any number of players from 1 up to 5. Now, second half, slightly different. The last 2 minutes, there could be goals worth double or a golden goal. This here is the catapult, Bruno.
It's pretty big, isn't it? I mean, they've not gone low-key on this.
No. I mean, hopefully the ball does land on the pitch. I mean, they were trying it out in the previous friendly, which is really good. There we see. Bang.
That's a lot harder to control as well, isn't it? From
yeah, because if it drops from the sky, I know it's going to bounce.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, ball cannot be played forward with your first touch. when the game starts, and we'll introduce the rules as as the game goes on. But it is football. It is eventually 7-a-side. There are sim bins for yellow cards, red cards. There are weapon cards which are used in the second half. They could be a joker card, reducing the opposing team by one player for 4 minutes. You can choose a player who wears an armband. His goal will be worth double. Your team can also score a goal that's worth double. I mean, there are lots of combinations, and we'll talk about them later. But here, first, our sponsors, Bimbo, who sponsor the dice. And remember, this is the first game, the first semi-final. Now, Ranita, our favourites. I mean, we have to say, Bruno and I agree. Ranita, although Royalty Dan, of course, are the favourites, Ranita are a very good side. Taking on Galacticos del Caribe, they beat their opponents 3-1 when they met earlier this season, but a lot has changed since that group fixture.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult
to check on the roster. Now, you're a big fan, I know, of Obed Martinez. Also, Walter Ayovi, who was a late season signing, and really good Barakachoa. I mean, you've got a very talented side in Ranita, a club from Mexico. Won their last game 7-3 against Olimpo United, and they are up against Galácticos del Caribe. Now, Leandro Gomez, the number 10, one of the star players. Also, Brian Hernandez. Ferrinho, I think, is one of the best goalkeepers also, and has been in the competition. But on paper, you look at these two rosters, these two squads, and Ranita are the favourites. Now, at the end, you can see there the stage is ready for the concerts. Now, remember, a couple of concerts also here. Artists from Colombia, also from Mexico. It is a great event, this Kings League Americas. It was held in Spain. The Final Four also at the Withink Center, an indoor venue in Madrid. This is the Azteca Stadium. Final Four, and we are closing in, Bruno, on the first semi-final in the history of Kings League Americas.
Yeah, as we hear from one of our usual sponsors throughout the season, Sporting. Well, we don't hear from them, unfortunately, because we're still trying to sort out those technical issues. But yeah, you were saying before how earlier in the season, Ranita won that fixture against Galácticos del Caribe, and we saw in the playoffs last week how it's almost impossible, isn't it, to really draw any conclusions from games that were so early on in the competition, where teams didn't even know themselves yet. They were still getting to figure themselves out, let alone figure out who they're playing against. So teams have evolved massively, and you can see that definitely from start of the competition to the end of the competition. And also another aspect which I think is important is that the 3-star players, or the sort of franchise players who come in as former professionals, do change throughout a season as well. So, for example, Obed Martinez, as you said before, wasn't there at the beginning of the season. He came in at the end of the season. Or Walter Ayovi, who's only been there for 2 or 3 games. So teams have changed from the start of the competition to the end of the competition. So it's very difficult maybe to read into previous games between 2 teams in the competition.
No, definitely. And I mean, you look at Versas, who are up next, and they've made so many mid-season signings because they were candidates to finish in the bottom 2, and they managed to turn things round. Now, not every team managed to, sign the best players, and there we're seeing Ranita, Garmendia, the presidents here in attendance. A few of these little anoraks have come out, and still light drizzle here in Mexico, but it's not going to dampen proceedings. Ranita, Galácticos del Caribe, todo va a estar bien. Pura Ranita, cabrones. Don't need to translate cabrones. But yeah, it's basically, this is us. Home side here. They will no doubt have a partisan crowd for their game against Galácticos the Caribe. Will Elena and Parker Gamer be getting tattoos at the end of this Final Four? Or will Cartoons del Caribe, their presidents, be without eyebrows and shaved heads? We'll find out shortly, Bruno. I mean, and those are players looking forward to their first taste of a Final Four. I mean, looking around, players that have not played at this stadium. You imagine, you know, when this first started, you were told players you are going to play the Final Four at one of the best stadiums in the world. Pelé, probably the greatest footballer of all time. Maradona also adored playing at this Colosseum. The Colossus of Santa Ursula. The Azteca Stadium hosting the first Kings League Final Four. And now, Bruno, gloves on, 90%. It's improved from 53%. Ranita, according to people watching back home, those voting, also the fans here can vote on an app for the winner. It's 90% Ranita. Galacticos 10, but I don't think Galacticos are too bothered.
Oh, they'll love that. Do you know another thing about this weekend as well is, apart from all the other things that we said before, of it being outdoors and natural grass and so on, a lot of these players aren't professionals, and they've been used to playing the tournament in front of, yes, a good crowd for what the arena was, but nowhere near the amount of fans that are inside the stadium here today. So that will definitely have an effect on you. You're going out there and hearing all that noise, seeing a multitude and endless amount of fans in the stands, and you're up for it. You'll probably be very excited, but I suppose it's not the same as playing week in, week out in the arena, where there's not that much noise, and you know, if you play a poor pass, you'll probably hear it. You know, you'll hear the fans go, "Oh!" or if you hit a terrible penalty, you'll hear it as well. So that'll be interesting.
No,
to see
definitely.
how
I mean, it's a great little arena, isn't it? Really good little arena, but you know, obviously the capacity is a lot less, and also you're playing an arena with a roof. There's no roof here, and there are a few times when the ball hits the roof, and you know, and then it goes out. It's basically a throw into the opposing team. I think we'll be waiting also, you know, a bit longer for the game to restart, because behind the goals were nets. Now here, I mean, they're playing on a football pitch. They're playing on a remarkable football pitch. Now, guys, ready to start. You'll see there's a goalkeeper at both ends, one outfield player. The ball will be catapulted onto the pitch, and then players will be added during the course of the opening few minutes until it's 7 against 7. Ranita, Galacticos del Caribe, Galacticos in white, Ranita in green and black. The first semi-final of the Final Four Kings League Americas, waiting for the Catapult, and there it is, those F1 lights. And the ball is launched onto the pitch, and well, that's quite favouring Ranita.
That's a little bit like in rugby when they do those, where they throw it in.
Yeah, the line outs. You've got to do it again. Now, the first goalkeeper, brilliant chance here for Galacticos. One-on-one with the goalkeeper. Takes it around the goal. Oh, that's brilliant.
Oh,
superb save. Mordiger comes out and denies what should have been an opening goal. Oh, a chance early on for Galacticos with Martinez. In 20 seconds, it will be 2v2. Outfield plus goalkeepers from a tight angle. Have to be careful not to lose possession, because otherwise there'll be a break on Abner Monreal. And well, that chance goes begging, but really, Bruno, Monreal should have scored first.
Yeah, that was a chance there, but Murga again talked about all the outfield players and all the different sort of profile of players that Ranita have got that makes them such a good squad. But let's not forget about Hugo Murga and how brilliant he's been in goal throughout the entire competition.
ever present. I mean, it's 12 appearances, Murga, this season. Oh, joining Galacticos. Oh, that's incredible! Brian Hernandez with a wonderful strike and a shock. After just a minute, Galacticos have taken the lead.
Well, the first goal of the evening, and I didn't envision it coming from Galacticos, but Brian Hernandez, he's slowly been creeping up the goal scorer charts. He's on 10 goals now in the Kings League.
And flashes that shot high and wide. Walter Ayovi. Oh, watch it again. I think the keeper saw it late. Murga. And in the end, perhaps also just bounced, picked up some pace on this slightly wet pitch. Going to be interesting to see also how quickly teams adjust to this playing surface. I mean, the pitch is in superb condition. Now, we often see keepers play as sweepers. Have an important role to play. It's Ferrinho. As that shot is dragged well wide of the target. In a few seconds, another player will enter the pitch. Ayovi. Romo to his right. Ayovi. Playing a couple of quick 1-2s with Ochoa, the striker. Romo again. But Ochoa this time he gets caught late. And there's a free kick to Ranita. Now,
He does like to force a
you
free
might
kick.
want to have a crack from here. You might go for goal. He scored
Definitely
a free kick. No, this season he strikes it really well. It's a brilliant save by Ferrinho.
He scored that free kick, didn't he, when you and I were questioning the wall, I remember. Oh.
And shot blocked. Brakacha. 4 minutes gone in this first half. As we see again, Ferrinho's superb save to deny Walter Ayovi. Oh, Junco on this near side for Galacticos. Ferrinho scurries across his box to stop that going out for a throw-in. Junco. Just dinks it forward, headed away by Ayovi. Tussling for possession in the middle of the park, Ben Martinez. And he wins a free kick.
You know, and it won't be as easy to step on the ball for a lot. There's quite a few players in the Kings League who are very futsal in their ways, and it's much easier, obviously, with those sort of multi-studs. Oh, that shot comes in. Those sort of multi-studs on indoor pitch, it's much easier to step on the ball and sort of drag it over. But now with the rain, the ball will be a little bit slippery, and the studs, it won't be as easy to do that.
Very different technique, of course, playing futsal or 7-a-side and playing on an outdoor pitch. So it will benefit footballers that play or played professional 11 against 11. And there is the start, Leandro Gomez with the number 10. Brian Hernandez, the scorer of the only goal of the game. A chance once again, and looking to play the ball into Hernandez. Abner Monreal, Ayothi, looks to take it forward quickly. Chance here perhaps. Romo bursts forward. Martinez, and again Ferrinho. Well, two really good saves by the goalkeeper for Galacticos, Ricardo Ferrinho. Throw in to Galacticos. Little flick. Oh, read by Ayobi. Ferrinho. Have to be careful when you press too high, commit too many players forward. So many goals in Kings League are scored on the break as soon as a player's out of position. Ochoa. And there's the equaliser. Well, the keeper is wrong-footed. Jose Rochin just knocks it into the back of the net to level proceedings here. Ranita 1, Galacticos 1.
It was a bit of a scuff, wasn't it, from Rochin? He wanted to get it onto his left foot and just he went the long way round to accommodate his left foot, but I don't think it was the cleanest contact. No, there you can see it. Sort of scuffed it into the ground, but he did enough. It went on target, and that's all you can do.
And also, it seemed like Ferrinho lost his footing on this slippery surface. Oh, look at that bounce!
Yeah.
Well, for these players, they're going to have to adjust. Now, they had some time to practice. The teams had a little session prior to the friendly. That was played earlier between Pio and Palucci Caligari, just to get out on this pitch and test the playing surface. Takes a mean deflection, and Fizz is just past the post, and claiming there was a possible handball. Well, Osvaldo Martinez claiming there was a handball.
Yeah, but can you see how what you was pointing out before, Eric? How after the deflection, when it bounced off the surface, how it just sped up and
just skidded up
quick after the
off the surface and picked up so much pace. Oh, we're waiting for VAR now. Never know quite what to expect. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the replay of that potential handball. Oh, we are now. Look. Ooh.
Oh, well, that's Baruch's hand, isn't it? Yeah, that's his
I was going to say.
hand.
If they get a penalty here, that'll be pretty controversial. Well, still waiting, still checking, just to see if they are going to grant Ranita a penalty.
Oh, they must have seen it. We saw it in one replay.
Well, they continue to...
Oh, you're saying it's a corner.
No, play on, play on. Play on, of course. And it did look like it came off.
Kick, shouldn't it?
It should be a goal kick. I mean, it's a penalty or a goal kick. Corner kick. Looking for Ochoa. Has that header cushioned back to Ayobi. Rochin. Again, Rochin. And that's great work by Ferrinho. And it's 3-on-3. And in the end, Summonop just running out of pitch. Ayobi. Ochoa. Gets a little nudge from behind, but nothing according to the referee. As that effort flies well high over the bar. Leandro Gomez.
Oh, look at that save there, making himself so big. There's that confirmation of the handball from Baruch Ochoa.
Now for Brian Hernandez, that's now 10 goals so far this season, which is a pretty impressive stat. Almost halfway through this first half. Nice footwork. Martinez again for Ferrinho. And that's a dive. Clearly, that's never a penalty. I mean, Bernal was just down. And you could see that. I mean, clearly, Abel Martinez just ran straight at the defender, looking for the contact.
Yeah, here it is.
Ooh, maybe from that angle. Maybe from that. Would you blow for a penalty there?
I don't think I would. I'm quite demanding with penalties, to be honest, but
I mean, he does
no.
make a bit of an effort to kind of, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
he
to block his
risks
path.
life and limb, Bernal, but he's one of the best defenders. Has been one of the best defenders in the Kings League Americas. Just checking on a bit of Martinez. Oh, drop ball. Summoner. Midfielder, Pablo Summoner. Well, that was a really clever idea. Again, Leandro Gomez looking for that flick to find Junco. Well, surprise is still 1-1. I mean, Ranita had the better chances. Ferrinho's been the busier of the two goalkeepers. And again, Ferrinho called into action.
And he was forced to make the save from Osvaldo. Osvaldo's another one of those players who's not very flashy, but he's brilliant in midfield. Everything goes through him.
Jovi, Osvaldo has been consistent. 5 goals, 5 assists. 11 appearances so far this season. Always reliable, as we see again. Made it even tougher on Ferrinho, as it took a slight deflection on its way through and also bounced just before the keeper. Now Galacticos have players forward. Samano. And a bit of misunderstanding there. And a cheap corner kick. Jovi and Murga. Lack of communication and a corner kick to Galacticos. And then that is wasted.
Put your head on that.
Yeah, that would have struck quite hard.
Oh, no.
Given away. Ronaldinho dances Junco and just took too long. Great defending by Ben Martinez. Set up so well for Leandro Gomez and just took too long. The ball probably got stuck under his foot, but a good chance for Galacticos.
That was reminiscent of Maradona at the Azteca.
Or just skipping past 2-3 players. Dancing his way into the box. Romo. Martinez. Nice little back heel. And had to just put it behind César Bernal. Still 1-1 in this opening semi-final. The winner through to the final of this Final Four. Galacticos took the lead on 2 minutes. Ranita levelled through Jose Rochin on 8 minutes. Brian Hernandez opened the scoring. Murgos had one save to make, but Ferrinho has been superb. In goal, that's a mistake. Rochin. Oh,
the face.
Ferrinho with almost a handball save. Just stood up, make himself big. Now, I'm sure that stung a little, but still, Ferrinho again with another really important stop.
I mean, that was effectively like getting punched in the head.
Now, if Ferrinho can't continue, it does look he can. I think Bruno's
Your
favourite player,
goalkeeper would come on.
Julio Torres, will be coming on.
The ever exciting and unreliable Julio Torres. Look at that. Ugh. Side of the head. I mean, on the slow-mo, it doesn't look as bad. That was hit with some venom. Jaws out of place.
I mean, they've got options on the bench. Galactico, they could bring on Torres, Julio Torres. I mean, he's made 7 appearances so far this season, but brief appearances. I mean, there was one game he was subbed half-time. Goalkeeper, I mean, pulled off some great saves, but also at fault for so many goals.
Yeah, I think he's the epitome of when people say goalkeepers are a little bit mad and they're sort of their own species and a little bit different from the rest of the players. He is the definition of that.
You never know quite what to expect with Julio Torres in goal, but he's still on the bench. Frino, okay to continue. 1-1. And in just under 4 minutes, we're going to reach the 18-minute mark. And hopefully, the teams will be reduced to 1v1. That would be brilliant. Normally leads to quite a few goals. Thrown to Galacticos. Don't seem to be in too much of a hurry to take. They'll be delighted with this scoreline. Good little turn. And looking for a through ball for Brian Hernandez once more. They're linking up quite well. Galacticos. And that's cut out. Rochin unselfish. Looking for Ochoa in the middle. Gomez. Still Leandro Gomez. Oh, what an amazing run. Just taken off him. And it's a free kick. I thought that was a fair challenge.
Yeah, I think maybe he feels like might have put him off slightly, like off his stride, and that's why he gave the free kick. But as you say, it didn't seem to be too much contact.
Again, Gomez. And it's out to Romo, putting in the challenge. I think Romo, Bernal are up there with some of the best defenders in Kings League Americas. Yeah. Snapshot parried by Morga. Brian Hernandez looking for his second. The player denied. Ayovi. Rochin asking Ayovi to play it forward quickly. Instead it's back with Morga.
And Rochin, Eric, is, again, he's a good example to explain what we've been saying about Ranita, how he's not really featured too much throughout the season, hasn't really starred too much, hasn't led in too many of the games. But today he seems to be that player that's been the most dangerous in attack. And, here's Vedal. But it just shows that when maybe the better players don't appear, they've got so many players and so many options that someone ultimately ends up appearing for them.
Oh, Rochin, 5 appearances, 4 goals. 5 if you include the strike from today. Ochoa looks to work some magic. Rochin sees that cannon off, summon up, and anywhere will do for Galacticos. Just 1 minute left until we reach that 18-minute mark. Ochoa. Galacticos come forward, and Andy can't keep it in play.
There's that quick surface again.
You can see it's taking some players time to adjust. As you said, when players control the ball, they're not stepping on the ball straight away because they can't. And that was a good ball across the box. It was an inviting cross again from Ayovi. I mean, you can see he's a player who is a professional footballer, has taken part in World Cups in the past, and has definitely added something to this already good Ranita team. Thrown. 20 seconds just under until the 18-minute mark. Now the clock will be stopped regardless of where the ball is. So the best thing to try and get forward and have a shot. Murga just sends it forward. Nice touch.
That's
and
exactly
again
it.
Ferrinho.
Oh.
Again Ferrinho. Well, man of the
perfect.
match, Ferrinho. That was brilliant. Route 1 football. Murga with the ball forward. Ochea laid it off superbly. And Rochin did everything right.
Again.
And again, Ferrinho. Well, Ferrinho, I mean, it should be 3-4-1 at least to Ranita.
Yeah, since that early goal when it looked like they were going to be stunned by Galácticos del Caribe, things sort of went back to normal, if you like, and Ranita have been the team that have been dominating and coming forward. But the goalkeepers always, we say it every week, the goalkeepers in the Kings League are absolutely spectacular. And Ricardo Ferrinho, well, he's kept his team in it, and there's, it's a 5.
It's a 5v5. No, I mean, there are better options on that dice. I mean, I would go as far to say that's the worst option. But then again, it depends who you are, because I think 5v5 benefits Galáctico. Because if you had to choose 4 players or 3 players, I think the 3 better players for Ranita are better than the 3 best players for Galácticos. But now there'll be less spaces. With 3v3, there are lots of spaces, and you look at some of the talent that Ranita have, and I mean, such a good team, but they have struggled in this first half to break down a solid Galáctico side.
Yeah, I think they've been missing Obed Martinez, who's normally such a powerful, pacey presence on the wing. But I think Rochina's filled in quite nicely in that role. But that looks like it went forward.
And Samuel knocks it forward. Also, a big absentee, Bruno, is Yair Arias for Ranita.
Yeah.
He's not on the roster. Yeah, didn't fully recover from a knock he picked up. And that is a huge blow, because he is always the first player out on the pitch.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And
he was there last week, but as a fan. I mean, he was there as a fan, as an unavailable player, but he was at the venue on site supporting his teammates. But yeah, you're right. He's not here, and he's a very good sort of all-round player that gives a lot of energy to the team.
Well, 7 goals, 1 assist, and also just basically, I'd say, the fittest player in the Kings League Americas.
Yeah.
He was up and down the pitch the whole game. So a big loss for Ranita. I mean, there have been a lot of players injured during the season, as with any professional sport. Of course, clubs are allowed to bring in different players. The season started off with a draft system, similar to the drafts in the US with NFL. There's a draft order. And then you're allowed to pick star players. And of course, during the course of the season, some players are dropped, some players are injured, and you're allowed to replace them with different footballers. But I have to say, Ranita were always going to struggle to find somebody like Arias. Well, a few seconds away from half-time. Now, half-time isn't 15 minutes here. It's very brief, so don't go too far away. That ball is hooked back across the face of goal. Samuel. And it's gone out of play for a goal kick, according to the linesman.
I'm surprised the linesman saw that, because I was looking at him.
He was about 15 yards behind, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, he was a bit late to it.
Well, 1-1 in this opening semi-final. Jose Rochin cancelling out the goal scored by Brian Hernandez on 2 minutes. Lots of chances for Ranita in this first half, but Ricardo Ferrinho has been outstanding in goal for Galácticos. 2 minutes of added time. Oyovi. This just his 4th appearance for Ranita. Late season addition. Achar. Still striker. And there it is! 2-1 on the stroke of half-time. And he beats the keeper at his near post. Achar with an important goal and probably deserved his 9th of the season. The most important of the campaign for the striker is Ranita 2, Galacticos 1.
Well, he found a gap where probably we would have least expected Ferrinho to be beaten, and surprising with all the saves that Ferrinho's pulled off. That'll be a disappointing one for him at his near post, but a good strike on a slippery surface, bouncing just in front of him. It's a hard one.
Where Martinez looks to break. Oyovi ahead of him. Still Obe Martinez. He's being pulled back.
Shirt, yeah.
And he was being pulled back. His shirt was definitely tugged by the defender. Perhaps not enough for a free kick as the half-time whistle goes here. And that is a blow to concede just before the interval. But I have to say, on the balance of what we've seen in this first half, Bruno, I do think 2-1 is a fair result, a fair reflection of what we've seen here. I think it could be worse for Galacticos. They should be happy with the current scoreline.
Absolutely, yeah. They got that early goal, but after that, it's been completely one-way traffic for Ranita. Again, it's a shame that we can't hear from them. It'd be interesting to see how they're feeling during this half-time interval. I think you can see from the body language from Will, at least, they're sort of happy to be here. They'll get as far and push Ranita as far as they can, and they'll give it their utmost. But ultimately, they're just up against the better football team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they nobody expected them to be here for a start, and they started really well by taking the lead on just 2 minutes. But I think Morgan had one save to make in that first half, and Ferrinho has pulled off a string of excellent saves. It's true though that second goal, maybe looking back, he'll be disappointed that he was beaten at his near post, but still Achar struck it really well. Difficult to save. And now Ranita will go into the second 20-minute period defending a 1-goal lead, but of course we do have the cards. Now, if you cast your mind back to the start of the game, 2 cards, weapons, were collected. 1 for each team. They can be used in this, and will be used in this second half. And it could be a presidential penalty, a penalty, reducing an opposing team by 1 player for 4 minutes, a star player, if he scores, his goal is worth double. I mean, there are lots of combinations. Of course, the Joker as well, which could be any of the above. You can steal another team's card too. So it's 2-1, but we'll definitely see more goals in this second half.
It looks like 1 card's been locked in already. We can hear that noise in the background. That's when a team locks in their card, their secret weapon, and it's going to be Ranita. So we'll see what the card is now.
Or it's probably a player who will be selected to wear an armband similar to that of a captain's armband, and if he scores, his goal will be worth double. Well, let's see. The card. There is Ferrinho, took a blow to the face, pulling off another great save. Now, coming into this game, expected goals, Ranita 3, Galatasaray Caribe less than 1. And as far as shots in that first half, 15 Ranita, 11 on target. 4 Galacticos, 2 on target. Wow.
which is some pretty efficient finishing from Galacticos as well.
But possession, pretty even, 55%. Ranita, 45%. Galacticos.
It looks like we're going to get some presidential penalties.
Oh, this half-time is taking slightly longer than normal.
Yeah.
Just waiting to see these weapons. And of course, also, if there are presidential penalties, they are hugely important now. Hopefully, they'll be much better than the ones we saw prior to this opening semi-final. There were some good penalties scored. Funny enough, the best penalty, I think, was scored by the president of Ranita.
Yeah.
That little chip down the middle.
And I suppose they'll go for him. I mean, it's high stakes stuff today, so maybe Alana will say, "Go on, all yours."
There's Hero Freixas. A few boos for the Argentine. Well, the presidents of Ranita coming out. Now, in the game we saw earlier, the friendly, both presidents of the teams took penalties. 2 presidential penalties.
Yeah, and that happened.
I wonder if we're going to see that here too.
That happened last week in the game between Peluche and Galacticos. Both of the brothers took penalties, and both of Galacticos' presidents took penalties. So it looks like, yeah, they're both there. So it's like we're going to get 4 presidential penalties.
And we're going to get
delivery of the ball.
Dinner too. Well, in that penalty shootout before, Alana spooned her effort over the bar. Will he go for a chip down the middle again? Barker Gamer, will he change his technique? Now, he took his boots off for the previous penalty. He's wearing his boots. He took a penalty with his socks, which are probably wet. Now, Ferrinho in goal. Ask him where his fries are.
Is that all you got?
Yeah. No ketchup with the ball. So, penalty, Barker Gamer, leading 2-1. This the presidential penalty. Scored in the shootout. Bit of fun before this semi-final. Oh, that's a wonderful strike. That is a really good penalty. Wow. And he scores to add a 2-goal advantage for Ranita. And just look how the team celebrate.
What a penalty.
I mean, that Ferdinand didn't have time to move.
Nerve.
It just flew past him.
Oh. I thought maybe he'd be a bit nervous.
I have to say, the 2 best penalties I've seen, I think, in the Kings League Americas this season, this entire season, that penalty and the little chip before. Now, how much pressure? Now, you can see the parties, you can hear the partisan crowd booing. So, Los Futbolitos Alafoque find themselves down by 2, a chance to pull a goal back, and it's kept out by Murga. Not the best of penalties. Down the middle.
No
Fluffed his lines a little, perhaps. Never looked up.
You can just imagine how desperately heartbreaking it is for the players seeing this. For the Galacticos players saying, "Oh no, this is turning into a mountain to climb up."
Now Ferrinho, bit of gamesmanship. Now, missed the target in the warm-up, has scored from the penalty, but I think her success rate is 1 of 4. And again, it's over the bar.
Well, you can see the real heartbreak there from Alana on her face.
She's leaning back, isn't she? She's leaning back slightly as she strikes the ball. Well, she's in tears.
Yeah.
Though she's missed a penalty, Los Futbolitos have missed a penalty. So should they score now, it'll be as we were at half-time. Took a really good penalty before.
Yeah,
in the
Will's
warm-up.
normally quite good. He's normally
Will
quite good. And
is good,
and
but
he likes to shut
Morgan
the crowd up as well.
is an excellent goalkeeper. Will. Oh no!
Oh,
and he
no.
balloons it over the bar too. Went for power. And they miss both their presidential penalties. He seems to find it funny. Germán Garmendia.
Now he's pretending he's, oh no, no, that he said the camera was on him.
You realise, like, oh, camera was on him.
Oh no, oh poor guy, I wasn't laughing.
I tell you what, though, I'm not looking forward, if I'm a Real Didan supporter, to him taking a penalty. Or arma secreta. Okay, if you speak Spanish, secret weapon. If you don't, star player. So yes, it is a star player. Yes, if he scores, it's worth double. And yes, it's going to be their striker, Ochoa. So for this second half, using their weapon early on, of course, it's one of those weapons you want to have it on the pitch for as long as possible. There are other weapons that perhaps you want to wait until the final few minutes to use. So Ochoa, wearing that band, any goal he scores would be worth 2 goals. They're only the first goal. Not every goal he scores during the game. If he scores wearing that band, it comes off after his first strike. 3-1. It's 2 goals in it right now, unless, of course, we go down to the final 2 minutes when goals are worth double. If the game's not level, and Galacticos are just 1 goal away from sending it to a shootout. Start of the second half, 3-1 Ranita lead.
And it just goes to show how important absolutely every element is in the Kings League. If you're the worst team on the pitch, you want to have chairmen who are good at football, who can put the penalties away, because it can completely turn the scoreline around. For Galacticos, it hasn't been that way because they've missed both of their penalties.
And so much hard work goes in. I mean, you look how hard it was for Galacticos to create chances and to score 1 goal, and they missed 2 penalties. Chance early on. And Rochin fires over. Look good today, Rochin. I suppose that has a bigger role due to the absence of Yair Arias, the number 22. Real shame couldn't pass a late fitness test and make this Final Four. Martinez. There's players in the middle. And that was slightly risky. Oh, and there's a goal! It's 4-1, though it's offside. That cannot be offside. It's not offside. The pass came from a Galacticos player. That is not offside. That would have to go to VAR. As far as a refereeing or linesman decision, it's wrong. The final ball came from a player. Watch here. That is not offside.
It's very clear. Very clear.
Oh, Rachin, perhaps with his second goal, he was actually off the pitch when the pass was made.
He's turning into the unlikely hero.
It's a goal.
Is he going to have a look at it?
I mean,
it doesn't even matter if it takes a deflection off the other player, because the defender would need to be in control of the ball for it to count as him being the final player.
Maybe they spotted something else in the build-up that we've not seen. But Ranita lead by 3-1. It could be 4-1 if this strike from Rachin counts. It's an excellent finish. And clearly it's Leandro Gomez who inadvertently knocks the ball to the Ranita player. And no surprise, we knew straight away, Bruno, it was going to stand. No offside, it's 4-1 to Ranita.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Rachin that he didn't really get to celebrate that goal.
No, that's why I'm not a huge fan of VAR, to be honest.
Yeah.
We've had this conversation before. But here, I mean, it's quite quick and functional, which is what it should be. But we knew straight away that that was from Leandro Gomez. The goal would stand. And also the manager of Ranita was telling his players clearly, don't complain, don't hustle the referee. It's going to be a goal. And again, Ranita come forward. Ochoa was in the middle begging for the pass. Now, if he scores, it's worth 2. It could be game over for Galacticos. Ochoa got 2 for company and does well to win a corner kick. That was a corner kick, wasn't it? Clearly.
No, she's having a bit of an off day.
Yes. And that ricochets in the box. Leandro Gomez, it's 3 against 2. Gets upended in the middle of the park, but no free kick according to the referee.
They've kept him pretty silent today, haven't they, Leandro Gomez?
Yeah, he's had 1 chance in the first half, a couple of mazy runs. As we see again here, clearly. Very unfortunate, you can't blame the Galacticos player. Galacticos now need to throw players forward. They still have their weapon, which they can use in this second half, but they've got to be careful. They can't afford to concede another goal. And that tame shot, not troubling Murga. Oh, Ranita look like they're headed into the final. They'll be able to sit back and enjoy the second semi-final. Martinez, a little flick, and it takes a deflection. I bet Martinez could have made it 5-1.
Again, though, it's wonderful team football from Ranita.
Well, they're starting to find a few more spaces out there.
Just collectively, they're definitely a step or two above any team as a unit. It's nice to see, because you get a lot of teams where you see remarkable individual goals and little moments of genius, but here you see, look at this movement, it's brilliant.
And again, Rachin, and went for power. Now he had Obed Martinez in support. Well, there's still just under 15 minutes remaining. We have seen some remarkable comebacks so far this regular season, but clearly Ranita dominating, looking in control. And a free kick. Ochoa again goes down. He does go down quite often, doesn't he, Brock Ochoa?
Oh, yeah. He's one of those that's an absolute nightmare. You hate him if he's playing against you, and yeah, you adore him if he's on your team, but I would hate to play against him.
Yovi again goes down a chance here for another. And there it is. This must be game over. 5-1. His second goal in a Ranita shirt. Walter Ayovi has surely sent Ranita into the final.
They're just all over them, aren't they? There are so many 2-on-1 and 3-on-1 situations. They just cannot stop them.
One back by Barak Ochoa. And just waited and waited before knocking it past Farinho. Well, this is turning into some thrashing. It finished 3-1 when these two clubs met earlier in the regular season. Oh, Galacticos.
I don't know what they're waiting for with their weapon.
Oh. And that's well, that's the closest they've come to a goal in this second half. They're not really troubling Murga. Bounces well wide of the target. Murga just sends it forward. Now, what do you do? You're the Galacticos manager, trailing 5-1. Now, if they are going to go out in this semi-final, it is still an excellent campaign to get here, to get to this stage of the tournament. But still having got here. Oh, that's great defending by Ben Martinez. Out behind for a corner kick. I'm sure they're disappointed, but they might look back and think, okay, you know, top 4 club. And also, we've qualified for the World Cup. Can't forget that they will be at the World Cup. Galácticos de Caribe.
Yeah, definitely a lot more positives than negatives to draw from them. We said it before the game. just being here in the Final Four is a reward in itself, and see how far they can go in the game. And they scored the early goal, and they had that moment of belief that maybe they could continue with this run of upsets. But I think you can only hope. Sometimes in the Kings League, given the way it pans out with so many elements coming into play, you can feel a little bit hard done by when you lose some games, and you can beat the better team and end up losing. But today, it's one of those that I suppose you can accept. You can go to sleep because you know that you were quite clearly the worst of the two teams out on the pitch.
Oh, seems okay. Eric Cerda. Can't forget Galacticos. I mean, they won their first game of the season in the penalty shootout. They lost a penalty shootout, were thrashed by Pelucci Caligari 8-3. Lost to Los Aliens 3-2. Their first win in normal time didn't come to match day 5. And then they lost on match day 6. 3-1 to Ranita. Their best performance came against Real Titan, who had already won the league when they beat them 5-2. They also beat Muchachos 8-6, and then having lost to Pelucci Caligari 8-3 during the regular season, they beat them 7-3 in the quarterfinal. Well, of course, this stadium is famous, not just the stadium, but the country, but this stadium especially, for the Mexican wave we saw in that 1986 World Cup, also back in 1970. And we're seeing it also here for this Kings League Americas Final Four, first semi-final. Ranita under 10 minutes away from becoming the first club through to the final. Next up, Real Titan and Persas looking to join Ranita.
You know what? Call me boring, but I hate being a part of a Mexican wave.
You want those people to sit down? Or don't get up, rather.
It's just like, look, you can do it once, okay, but when it just goes on and everyone's just looking, stop.
Oh, Mr. Ferrigno can't do anything about number 6. Now, is it offside? They're appealing the Galacticos players, but it looks like Martinez has scored for 6-1. Now, the goal is going to stand. I'm sure there'll be a VAR check. But a mix-up in the box. Some poor defending. Look at this again. Nobody picking up Osvaldo Martinez.
Well, this is starting to get a little bit painful for Galacticos Alcaribe.
Oh, the final whistle can't come soon enough. And surely Roma breaks forward. The Ranita manager may well look at his team, look at the players on the bench, and rotate. Look to keep some players fresh ahead of the final, because I don't think Galacticos will come back from 6-1 down. Ochoa. Rochin. All the way back to Morga.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, just took his eye off the ball. The goalkeeper. Oh, some Olays here. Well, even more now. I mean, this is a Mexican crowd. And underneath that, our team from Mexico. Oh, Ferrigno wants to get it underway quickly. I don't think she realised her mic was on.
No.
Off the post! Well, that would have been the goal of the semi-final. Leandro Gomez deserves to get on the score sheet.
Oh.
Just thumps off the woodwork. And Murga was clearly beaten.
Look at him celebrating.
Well, Murga may well have just got a touch.
He might have, yeah.
You think it... Just look at it from this angle here.
Let's see. Just a little bit, maybe? Yeah,
he does.
That's a great save.
Wow.
No wonder he's celebrating.
Well, the save of the final four so far, Murga, and that could be a contender for one of the saves of the season. We've seen some excellent goalkeeping throughout the campaign. And again, Murga with the parry. Oh, that's a lovely bit of control. Oh, excellent. Now, if they were playing West Coast, somebody would have been lamped. Well, the full-time whistle can't come soon enough for Galacticos. Lovely flick, lovely 1-2, and guess who? Murga once again.
Can't get around him.
And we're going to see the weapon now used by Galacticos de Caribe.
You know, we were saying how these players were probably not used to playing in front of so many fans. Imagine what it feels like to have all those Olays against you. Oh, it's just, it's got to kill you.
And luckily, muchachos aren't playing. Because, of course, you know, there's a bit of rivalry, Mexico-Argentina. And we've seen that in the crowd on a reduced, you know, dimension when they're playing indoors. You imagine that multiplied by what? 2,000. So a shootout. Their card, well, maybe just to save a bit of pride. Won't be much more than a consolation goal. But again,
I want to see this shootout on this pitch.
Yes, true. On this pitch, would be different. But I remember there's one game. I'm trying to recall. I remember which game it was, where a team scored 3 goals in the last 3 minutes. It was a game that was level. It was just 2-1, and it was just a remarkable finish. So it has happened in the past, but they need to score now. 5 seconds. You have 5 seconds. When you hear the buzzer, to the ball hitting that back of the net. 5 seconds to score. Oh, it's going to be the defender, César Bernal. Oh, Bernal. 7 goals so far this season. 5 have come from the spot or from a shootout. Bernal waits. Still waiting.
A couple of malfunctions there with the clock. Not for the first time this season.
You can see there, 0. Has to start from 5. So a slight technical
time
issue.
Ran out as well. We've gone from 37 to 38.
Here we go.
Oh, we're back on the weapon. Pressing the wrong button.
Whoops. So, you do get 5 seconds. Now, of course, it's very different doing this in a huge stadium than doing it in that brilliant venue where we see the games played every weekend. So they're just looking to fine-tune these 5 seconds. The countdown, 5 seconds. Opens up onto his right foot, Bernal. Oh, he sent Murga the wrong way. He sent Murga the wrong way. He shaped his body to shoot across the keeper into the far corner. Changed at the last moment, but drags his shot wide of the target. And you have to feel, Bruno, that was the last chance to get back into the game. Stop now, 38 minutes. For the next 2 minutes plus added time, any goal scored by any player counts double.
It was such a good shootout as well. I mean, he dragged it just wide, but he did so well to sort of deceive Morgan and hide where he was going to place his shot. And yeah, it was unfortunate that it went wide, because now, as you say, even though it's a double goal window, they need 3 goals, 2 minutes plus added time, almost impossible.
Oh, Ranita look like they're headed into the final of the Final Four Kings League Americas. The inaugural Final Four of this competition that has proven to be a huge success. The first split, the regular season winners Real Titan are up in the second semi-final. They take on Persas, who will finish 5th, but thanks to a brilliant end to the season. As for Ranita, 3rd on 19 points. They will be in the final. Job well done here against Galacticos. Into the final 2 minutes. Gol doble. Galacticos need to score 3 goals in this period. They need to throw players forward here, take shots. Leandro Gomez. And head away by Jovi. Just need to sit back, defend, keep it tight, Ranita. And again, just hacks it upfield. 30 seconds. Less for Galacticos to find a way back into this contest. Leon. He's only just come on, the number 15. And he fouls Walter Jovi. That was quite a clumsy foul.
Leon doesn't get much playing time, and I think we can understand why.
Now, how important do you think those penalty misses by the presidents were? Because you kind of think, you know, score them both, could be level, miss both, and in the end, you could see morale dropping.
Yeah, I think ultimately it wouldn't have changed the end result, because it's 6-1, and 6-1 is probably the difference between both teams. But the only way for them to win is for absolutely everything to go their way. So presidential penalties, the weapon, if absolutely everything goes their way, and Ranita don't score their presidential penalties or don't make the most of their weapon, then that would have given them at least a chance of upsetting them. But without that, impossible.
Off the post and the finish. And Barak Ochoa has scored. Now his goal would have been worth 2 right now. Any player's goal is worth 2. So it's 8-1. He was in the right place at the right time to finish into an empty net. Ben Martinez sees his shot smack off the post. And well, they get the rub of the green, Ranita. Galacticos scored the first goal of the game on 2 minutes, Bruno. Since then, it's been one-way traffic. 8-1. We've still got just over 2 minutes left of added time in this first semi-final.
Yeah, one of the most one-sided games and results in the entire season in the Kings League Americas.
Well, Ranita, I mean, I'm not saying, Bruno and I, knew anything special, but we'd seen Ranita play a lot this season. No inside information. And despite missing Arias, they, for me and for Bruno, probably, favourites, along with Real Titan. And I think Persas and Real Titan will sit up and take note of this performance.
Yeah, even though Real Titan were the standout team in the regular season, were pretty much top or thereabouts from start to finish, I still feel like Ranita's the better team.
Well, not the biggest goal scorers, Ranita, 42, 29 conceded. You know, they kind of struggled during the regular season at times to find the back of the net, but the goals they failed to score during the season, well, they've more than made up for it in this semi-final. Into the last minute of stoppage time. Alana and Barca Gamer are taking their Ranita team into the final. I mean, two of their best performances have come in the post-season. 7-3 against Olimpo United, 8-1 against Galacticos. Oh, offside. Oh, that's a real shame. Real shame. He deserves a goal. One of the players of the season, Leandro Gomez. But he's offside. Final few seconds here. Credit to Galacticos, who continue to attack. As the final whistle goes here. And Ranita, the team from Mexico, are through to the final. They dominated this semi. Have to feel for Galacticos, who, well, in the first half, Ferrinho, their hero, they took the lead on 2 minutes. Brian Hernandez with a well-taken goal. Jose Rochin levelled on 8 minutes. But on the stroke of half-time, they conceded. Bracacha, and then, of course, in that shootout, they were punished in the second half. Ranita were just superb.
Oh, look at those ecstatic celebrations. I love to see it as well, because we do reiterate this every single week. Yes, it's a bit of fun. Yes, it's a lot of entertainment sprinkled on top of football, but ultimately it means a lot to these players out there on the pitch. It means a lot to the presidents. We saw Alana almost crying, coming to tears when she missed a penalty at half-time. So it's nice to see just how much it really means to these players, the jubilation, the excitement, the celebrations. And of course, we don't know 15 years down the line what importance and significance the Kings League will have. This is the first edition. Maybe we'll look back on this one day and say, oh, you know, Ranita were the first side ever to win it, or Real Titan, or Persas, and it will go down in the history books of a competition that might, you know, go on to be significant and important 15 or 20 years down the line.
I agree with you 100%, because look at the attendance. I mean, the crowd have just witnessed one of the best games of the season. Ranita, well, just 40 minutes away from becoming the first champions of the Kings League Americas. Highlights from the match: Ferrinho pulling off a string of world-class saves after his team had taken the lead through Brian Hernandez. Didn't catch it cleanly. Rochin, didn't matter. Left-footed, sent the keeper the wrong way. 1-1. Still Ferrinho denying Ranita in a one-sided first half contest. 5v5 for the final 2 minutes. And on the stroke of half-time, Barakacha making it 2-1. So Ranita are through to the final, thrashing Galácticos del Caribe 8-1. And shortly, it's going to be time for, well, the second semi-final. Raul Didan Juan Garmendia said he would dye his hair pink if his team win the title against Persas, the side from Peru. El Zain saying we're going to have a tattoo to add to the one he has on his arm already.
Well, this is interesting.
Well, looks like it could be time for Morat. Looking forward to our first concert here at the Azteca Stadium. Very popular band in Central and Latin America, and also Spain and the Iberian Peninsula.
You follow them at all, Eric?
That's funny enough. My son is, and I've I've heard some of their tunes, of course. And I think we've got 4 to look forward to here. The stage is set. Enjoy the concert. Morat live here at the Azteca Stadium.
Zapatos sin su media, cuando me faltas tú, vivo a medias y faltas tú, como una calle sin el ruido, o algún ejemplo parecido, cuando me faltas tú, tan jodido si faltas tú, quedé tan incompleto con tu adiós, no quiero ser ¿de qué me sirve que haya fiesta si te llamo y no contestas? Porque me faltas tú, que hace más de un mes que soy un cero a la izquierda, que salir me sabe a mierda. Porque me faltas tú, yo no sé estar bien si faltas tú. No importa el mes ni la estación, igual yo aquí te esperaré. Por más que tú digas que no, yo sé que sí vas a volver. Porque eres una en un millón. ¿Cómo es que te voy a perder? ¿Cómo aceptar que se acabó? ¿De qué me sirve que haya fiesta si te llamo y no contestas? Porque me faltas tú, que hace más de un mes que soy un cero a la izquierda, que salir me sabe a mierda. Porque me faltas tú, yo no sé estar bien si faltas tú. Si faltas tú, yo no sé estar bien si faltas tú. Me pregunto qué será de ti. Te tuve cerca y ahora estás tan lejos. Pero prohibirme recordar lo nuestro es imposible, es imposible. No me perdono, sé que te perdí, pero expiraron los remordimientos. Fui dictador y en no dejarte ir debió haber sido mi primer decreto. 4 años sin mirarte, 10 postales y un bolero, 2 meses y me olvidaste y ni siquiera me pensaste. Un 29 de febrero andan diciendo por la calle que solo le eres fiel al viento, el mismo que nunca hizo falta para levantar tu falda cada día de por medio. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh, a darle vida a lo que estaba muerto. La soledad me había tratado bien y no eres quien para exigir derecho. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh, que a tus cenizas convertí en fuego. Por mis mentiras no paré, que no es verdad que te olvidé. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh. Si te vas a ir, tantas mentiras que al final no veo. Nunca fui bueno para distinguir, al fin y al cabo siempre me las creo. Hey, 4 vidas me curaste, entre este odio y un te creo. 2 consejos para darte, prefiero ser un cobarde que olvidarte de primero. Andan diciendo por la calle que solo le eres fiel al viento, el mismo que nunca hizo falta para levantar tu falda cada día de por medio. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh, darle vida a lo que estaba muerto. La soledad me había tratado bien y no eres quien para exigir derechos. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh, y a tus cenizas convertir en fuego. Por mis mentiras no, que no es verdad que te olvidé. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Me hiciste daño pero sigo vivo. Contigo yo me acostumbré a perder. Mi corazón funciona sin latido. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Y a tus cenizas convertir en fuego. Por mis mentiras lo pagué. No es verdad que te olvidé. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Oh. ¿Cómo te atreves a volver? Me pides que me vaya, pero ahora que me alejo de ti, comienza la batalla para que no me vaya de aquí. Y aunque nadie te entiende, yo tus excusas ya me aprendí. Que soy indiferente, que todo el amor duele, que quien te ama te hace sufrir. Deja ya de insistir, no es por mí, es por ti. Es un cuento que no te das cuenta. Tengo que decirte que eres tú. Lo que me viste de problemas es tú. Me pides flores y las quemas, no te metas, el problema eres Aprendí a perder, que la vida es cruel. Yo pensando en vos, tú pensando en él. Y si resulta ser que nos volvemos a ver, voy a gritar tu nombre y vas a saber que eres tú. Lo que me viste de problemas eres tú. Me tienes flores y las quemas, no te mientas, el problema eres tú. Y tengo que decirte que es por ti, que me jugué todas las cartas y perdí. Aposté y cruce había dos caras, no te mientas, el problema, no te mientas, el problema eres tú. No soy yo, 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 ¿Cómo vamos, México? ¿Cómo vamos, México? Todo el mundo con las manos arriba, como dice. Me volvió a doler. Hoy tu recuerdo me volvió a joder y eso no me va. Y eso no me va. Ey, salgo a la calle y empieza a llover. Vamos hombres viendo el amanecer y eso no me va. Y eso no me va a hacer bien, porque también me hace falta resolver una inquietud. ¿Cómo se olvida tan fácil como me olvidaste tú? Quiero volverte a llamar cada mañana siguiente. Esa llamada perdida no se pierde y tú la encuentres. Yo no me voy a dormir hasta que tú te despiertes. Prefiero 5 llamadas perdidas, 4 cánceres, heridas, 2 de suerte, que una vida sin volver. Volví a la puerta de ese mismo hotel, otro cóctel en ese mismo bar, solo para ver si podía aguantarte, pero soy masoquista mirando tus fotos. Quiero tomar hasta no poder ver. Ya me cansé de brindar por nosotros si tú no vas a volver. Quiero volverte a llamar cada mañana siguiente. Esa llamada perdida no se pierde y tú la encuentres. Yo no me voy a dormir hasta que tú te despiertes. Prefiero 5 llamadas perdidas, 4 cartas heridas, 2 de suerte, que una vida sin volver, que una vida sin volver, que una vida sin volver a verte. Muchas gracias, México, por recibirnos de esta forma, de verdad. Nosotros somos Morat y estamos encantados de estar aquí esta noche con ustedes. Que viva México.
We're just thanking the crowd.
Y que viva Colombia.
Morat, long live Colombia and
La
Mexico.
nueva canción se llama Faltas Tuyas, está disponible además. Y sobre todo, nos vemos en diciembre en el Foro Sol México, los queremos.
Oh, a huge following here in Mexico, the Colombian band
Vamos a
Morat.
terminar con todas, ¿sí? ¡Ey! ¡Ey! 1, 2, 3. Hasta la próxima, México, gracias. Los queremos. ¡Woohoo! ¡Dámelo! ¡Dámelo! ¡Dámelo, macho! ¡Ey!
We're listening there to Morat singing Faltas Tú, Como Te Atreves, París, and their latest release, Llamada Perdida, Missed Call.
Not bad, eh?
Oh, decent little concert there, Bruno. Between the first and second semi-final. If you missed the first semi-final, Ranita booking a place in the main event, thrashing Galácticos de Caribe. And, well, shortly will be time for Real Titan against Persas.
Well, there we have it. All ready for the second semi-final. And Eric, we've been talking a lot about how teams evolve throughout the season, players coming and going, and there's a player at Persas, and I know we've had this conversation before, but Alvarado was one of the best players in the competition when he was available to Persas, and he's not been there the last 2 or 3 weeks for one reason or another. He was one of those star players, one of those franchise players, if you will, and I always felt that without him, they were a bottom 2 team side in the entire division, but they've made it this far without him, and I don't know how you feel about it, but do you think that this team without Alvarado has any hope of upsetting Real Titan?
I mean, Alvarado, like you said, he was just something different, a live wire up front, and he made 5 appearances, 7 goals, 2 assists, but it was he's really brought to the side. I mean, he was influential, he was key. One of the reasons they kind of, scraped into the post-season. I mean, one of those players you'd love to have on your side, but wouldn't want to face. Definitely not defend.
No, and he had that brilliant display, which I'm trying to find. I think it was against Peluche Caligari. Let's see, match day 5. It was indeed against Peluche Caligari when they were top of the table, and he scored right at the death, one of the double goals, so one of those goals that were worth double, which got them the 5-3 victory. And I remember after that game thinking, what? With this player in the team, Persas are capable of beating anybody. Yeah, because he's just got that wow factor. He was such a good centre forward, and just without them, they just seem quite flat. You look at the squad, you look at the team. Monterde, very good goalkeeper in those sort of 3-on-3 situations because he's got a good shot and he's good on the ball. Then you've got Rafael Cid, of course, in defence, who's a very intense defender, and he's very good at communicating with his teammates. But other than that, up front, Peña, there's sometimes something from Fernando Olmedo. Brian Gutierrez had 3 MVPs, but it's, there's no Fran Hernandez, let's say, who's who's a star player for Real Titan, but there's also Edson Trejo and Christopher Pedraza. They've got a host of star players in their team.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Real Titan, I mean, they lost 3 matches, but, a couple were like dead rubbers for them, weeks 10 and 11. I mean, look at their team, and of course, Fernandez that does stand out. I mean, assists, goals, a leader out on the pitch, and you think that Persas, have done well, just like Galacticos, to reach this semi-final.
Yeah.
But definitely underdogs. I think Monterde, as you mentioned, is one of the best goalkeepers. Scores as well, even scores from his own goal. I mean,
Yeah.
he has something different. I mean, he's talented, but Brihan Gutierrez, big fan of. But I think Tony Abrado leaving the side.
It's a
I
shame.
think that was a massive blow.
Yeah, it's a shame because he was a fun player to watch as well, and we don't know the reasons. We did think initially that it was injury. He is Peruvian, maybe. This is also the challenge for teams in the Kings League Americas. In Spain, all teams are from the same country. Yes, some players maybe are traveling from different cities, but the distances aren't that big. Whereas here, Alvarado, you're living in Peru and you're having to travel to Mexico week in, week out. Maybe it just didn't work out for him, and his agenda, or a slight clash in some way or another. So it's difficult for the players who are from overseas to be there. We saw it with Villa as well, didn't we? In Muchachos, the Argentinian centre forward. There were some weeks where he wasn't available to Muchachos.
And also, Villa had another issue at the age as well, not the youngest of players, and couldn't, struggle to play, these 2 games in the space of 2 days. But Alvarado was just a player, and I agree 100%. Who transformed Persas. When he was on the pitch, everyone around him played differently. So they've got to make do without their key player. But they're here. They're in the semi-final. They are 40 minutes away from qualifying for the final. And at the start, there was a poll at the start of the season. Club de Cuervos, Puig Caligari, Muchachos. Those teams were considered favourites. Not even Real Titan. Titan were just brilliant from start to finish. They were decent, conceded very few goals, didn't win many games by a big margin, but they were very consistent. Persas are a team that picked up pace at the right moment in the season. They're here, and they are defensively. They are a really good team. I just think that they lack goals.
Yeah, well, that's how they got here. That game where they made it past Club de Cuervos 0-0, it was an impressive defensive display from start to finish. That the objective and the idea, the game plan was very clear from the beginning from Persas. They were there to make it uncomfortable for Club de Cuervos, to make sure that there weren't too many chances in the game. Nobody was expecting a 0-0 draw, but they probably weren't the prettiest team, but it was, you need to take your cap off to a team that executes a game plan so well. And then against West Santos again, they made it uncomfortable for them. They made it very difficult for West Santos to generate any chances. So that will probably be the game plan against Real Titan. Obviously, it'll be difficult because you're coming up against players of higher quality in most notably Fran Hernandez. But I'm pretty sure that we'll see from the get-go a team looking to make it very uncomfortable, to make they defend sort of very narrow, very compact. And I think, Eric, for that to work, you need to come through unscathed in the 1v1, in the 3v3. You need to make sure that you come out there sort of a level terms, or at least ahead. If you come out of there behind, then it's very difficult to execute that game plan for the rest of the game.
Definitely, Persas need to go into the second half. 1 goal in it, even the final couple of minutes trailing by 2, which is just 1 strike. But these 2 teams actually met on match day 1 back on the 25th of February. Persas 1, Real Titan 2. Now, in their previous game, they beat West Santos. They were thrashed by West Santos 6-1 on match day 3. So Persas have put in their best performances at the end of the season. Now, they beat Galácticos 6-3, Los Aliens in a penalty shootout. They beat the Cuervos in a penalty shootout, and Persas 5-4. This is their best run of the season. 4 wins, okay, 2 from the spot, but 4 wins on the bounce. Now, that's more wins than they managed to, put together in the regular season. I mean, Titan are favourites, but to be honest, I think I'll put my money on Persas.
Ooh, that's what we came here for.
Yeah, I'm going.
No sitting on the fence.
I'm going for Persas. I'm going for Persas because Real Titan, we saw, I know they were resting players, Bruno. And,
no, you're right, yeah.
They were brilliant at the start of the season, and in weeks 10, 11,
yeah, but they
suffered
faded away, didn't they?
Surprise losses, didn't they? I mean, they kind of tallied off, and having not played in 2 weeks, I don't know if that works for or against. You rest, but then you don't have that momentum.
Yeah, and do you know what I think has also played into the hands of Real Titan, at least early on in the season, is that their star player, who is arguably top 5 player in the whole competition, came with the baggage and the experience of having played Kings League football before in Spain. So it takes time to get to grips with what works best. We saw it with the shootouts. People adapted their approach on the penalty shootouts. They were playing them one way at the start of the season and playing them in a different way at the end of the season.
Well, we've got a marriage here.
I was going to say it looked like someone was going to get down on one knee.
Is that a yes?
Vicencio. Well, you can't say no on this stage. And if you say no, you get her on the catapult and shoot her out the stadium.
Well, he came on for the final couple of minutes of the semi-final. Not a regular, really, with Ranita, but still, I mean, that's the best goal he's scored, definitely. And wow, not a bad way to, could be a perfect weekend for Ranita. They've all got a wedding to go to. I hope we're invited too, Bruno.
Gotta say, he must have a weight lifted. That whole game, he was probably bricking it just thinking about that more than the result. He's got a massive weight off his shoulders now.
MVP.
Right, let's go then.
MVP.
Yeah. Second semi-final underway. Let's see if the catapult's a little bit more neutral this time. Yeah, that looked like it was a little bit more towards the centre circle. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think they've had to switch it a little.
They've moved it over a bit, haven't they? they've sort of
they have, because the ball landed.
They've moved it to the left.
Yeah.
It was almost a shot on goal, before. Oh, here we go. Oh, it looks like he's got a teammate. It's the referee.
I've got to say, there's a clash, isn't there?
Yeah, I thought he had a pass open to the right. I was thinking, what's he? No, yeah, 1-on-1, obviously. That's going to be an interesting one. Well, there's the view again of this imposing Azteca stadium. As we see Persas in possession. Persas, the team in white, running now through Luis González. It's Alberto Garcia for Real Titan. No shots in this 1-on-1. We'll add a couple of players. Again, it looked like a Real Titan player coming away, but it was the referee. And here is Brian Gutierrez.
Honestly, you look across, you see the players, the linesmen. There is definitely a bit of a clash, but
it looks like it's 6-on-2. Well, that's a good pass from Monterde. That's what he's good at, as he finds Brian Gutierrez. Oh, that was impossible. Almost had his body facing his own goal there. Now ball Cruz for Real Titan. He's got Timmy or Christopher Pedraza, number 13, in support. Cruz going for the shot. Oh, and it cannons off the post. Yes, Germán, indeed.
Some strike, some strike.
Close.
I mean, the
Yo.
keeper was beaten.
Well, that's the closest we've come to breaking the deadlock in this second semi-final. Monterde just pushing forward into the Real Titan half. Now the press on Monterde. Don't know if there was a handball there.
Oh, almost a mistake leading to the first goal, but Cruz there hitting the woodwork. Now, he's not the first choice goalkeeper, it's Omar Lascari. But when it's these reduced sized games on the pitch, Cruz often plays.
Oh! Didn't see that one coming. Didn't look like there was a threat. Wasn't the most powerful shot either, but I'm not entirely sure if Antonio Monterde had a good view or not. Alberto Garcia scoring his 6th goal of the season. I don't know, Eric. I'm a little bit surprised that that one found its way past Antonio Monterde.
Oh, I mean, good strike. 6 goals, 5 assists for the number 28. And, well, a shot off the post, and they've scored. And now Bersas, a team that prefers sitting back and defending, are going to have to come forward.
This changes their approach completely. And offside from Brian Gutierrez. There's another look at it. Yes, it's in the corner. I don't know. Jeez, it looks like he's a little bit late going down there, Monterde.
Yeah, he did go down a bit late. I think he might have seen it late, maybe unsighted. But still probably disappointed. Not much power behind that shot.
Well, we're up to 6 against 6, and here is the 5 times MVP this season, Fran Hernandez. Martin Rodriguez back with Fran Hernandez. A trademark curling pass to Pedraza and an awkward clearance from Rafael Fid over his own goal.
He's one of your favoured defenders, Rafa Sid.
Yeah, he's intense. He's no nonsense. Corner from Fran Hernandez to the near post, cleared again by Fid. Or not. I think the referee has awarded a goal kick. So Chile against Peru in this semi-final. Real Titan of Chile, Bersas of Peru, awaiting in the final Ranita of Mexico.
That's quite a decent support, Garmendia and his Real Titan side here. There are quite a few of his jerseys dotted around this venue. Outnumbered by Ranita shirts, and of course also Peluche Caligari, who I think are probably the most popular team here in Mexico, along with Club de Cuervos.
Martin Rodriguez just telling his teammates to calm things down, but Fran Hernandez, he dragged the player and created that space in the middle. I think he was screaming at him to push forward as Pedraza shot. Hang on. Oh, I thought maybe that was going to drop into the goal after the save from Monterde.
That was some strike.
Edson with the shot.
Oh, Edson Trejo. 4 goals, 2 assists so far this campaign.
Now a save from Monterde. It'll feel good to get that first save out of the way. Well, that's a good save from Monterde, getting down quickly. Everything he didn't do in the first goal. Feed. Peña. Again, it's that high
They're
press
lacking that
from
reflex
Real
player up
Didam.
front, aren't they? Yeah, that, I mean, we keep saying
Yep,
this, and if
that
you've not
Alvarado.
seen,
Yeah.
if you've not seen him play, he was. I mean, there are a few players I think that really stood out. Giancarlo.
Yes.
That striker. I mean, just really talented and just unique. I think there are very few of those players around. And, you can see those balls forward. Bersas are lacking that target man, because he wasn't just a target man. He'll bring that ball down, or hold it up,
Yeah.
or go for goal, or beat one player, two players, or he'll, create something for a teammate. And they don't have that magic. I mean, it's a solid team, good at the back, but having conceded so early on, I mean, Bersas are going to struggle, like you said, against Club Cuervos. It was a very good defensive display. They didn't concede in 40 minutes. And they conceded really early on in this semi-final.
But again, in that game, Club de Cuervos themselves didn't really have that sort of magical player to unlock the defence, and it made him more comfortable. And it's difficult to rely on that against Real Didan. And you can see that Real Didan are pressing them high, forcing them into that long ball, into awkward clearances. And yes, if they had that target man, then it could allow them to sort of step out of their own half. But now we can see they're getting possession overturned, and it's wave after wave of attack from Real Didan.
Bersas only conceded 29 goals. That's the second best defensive record in the league, just one more than Ranita. But they only scored 28 goals. They finished fifth with a negative goal difference of -1. And no team scored fewer goals than Bersas. In fact, the nearest team scored at least 5 more than Bersas, whereas Raditan scored 13 more goals. I mean, on paper, clear favourites.
Here's another shot, the save from Monterde. It was Alberto Garcia with the strike. A lot of work for Monterde so far in these opening 9.5 minutes.
We saw this in the first semi-final too. Ferrinho, the busy of the goalkeeper. Their best play in the first half, but he ended up picking up the ball at the back of the net 7 times. I think it was 8 goals. One was worth double.
Yeah. Well, this could be an opening now, as Pedraza loses the ball, but back in numbers. And Fran Hernandez, who likes to drop really far back sometimes. You see that save again from Monterde. And back to the live action with Martin Rodriguez. 60% possession so far for Real Titan. Fran Hernandez. Oh! Well, inside of the foot. Curling, looking for the top corner. The quality in that strike.
I mean, he is, I think he'll be MVP, no doubt.
Oh.
Now, when these two teams met at the very start of the season, it was actually Bersas who scored first, and then Real Titan came back to win with Fran Hernandez equalising on 13 minutes and Pedraza scoring on the stroke of half-time. Luis Gonzalez scored in the opening minute. But you look at the Bersas side, and I mean, quite a few players are no longer on the roster, so much change.
They're screaming at his teammates because it's about a shot every minute, more or less.
I mean, the goal's been peppered in this first half, and this is another world-class stop.
Now an opportunity to breathe and reset as that corner flies over everybody, but again, a lot of angles of Monterde diving around and making saves. This time it was Calvo with that long distance effort. That was a beautiful angle there of that save.
Did really well, Calvo, to just keep his shot low. Oh, they come forward again.
Oh, this could be dangerous. Fran Hernandez drills it into the bottom corner. 2-0 Real Titan. You cannot afford to give a player of the caliber of Fran Hernandez that much time in the final third.
That is a quality strike, and well, that's goal number 15. 15 goals, 8 assists. I mean, basically he's involved in 2 goals per game as an average. Either he sets somebody up or scores himself. Already, with him on the pitch, you start games leading 2-0.
Yeah, and we saw his earlier shot just whistling past the post, and this one right into the bottom corner. All of his shots are always so well placed, perhaps not as powerful as some other players that we see in the Kings League, but the placement on the shots from Fran Hernandez, always testing for the goalkeepers. Carlos Calvo down. Ooh, yeah.
That's a really nasty challenge. That's painful.
That is sin binnable if they look at that one again.
Now, what's the colour of the card going to be?
That's the first real Kings League Americas challenge we've had today.
Yes, it's been a... This referee, funny enough, is a referee who never shows it. He was allowing so many challenges in the last couple of weekends to go unpunished. He will not send anybody off
surely
anyone unless he's told to.
Yeah. I mean, this in slow motion.
It's a free card.
Oh.
That's, I mean, to be honest, I
It's
was
reckless.
surprised if...
it is reckless.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's a
Achilles, it's high, studs first.
That's got to be a red. Okay, decision made. Let's see what he's going for. That's a red. Well, things getting worse for
but
Bersas.
thankfully,
2 goals down and a red card.
I mean, VAR doing its job, because the referee there, how did he not even book the player for that challenge?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe he thought it was a 50-50 and that he got the ball and then sort of they both clashed into each other. But you can't be going into the ball like that. Both legs as well. It's not only that he goes in with his stars. Look at the left leg. You can't be going in with both legs like that. Fortunately, Gallo's recovered his on the ball here. That could have been...
Well, that's not a late challenge.
Could have been a broken leg.
That's another late challenge again. He won't... I mean, the referee won't book anyone. Not this referee. He allows plenty of strong challenges to go in. But Bersas, trailing 2-0, have a player, Simwind. They're down 1 man. And what? I mean, it's not looking good. Did I say Bersas will win?
Well, it takes a brave man to have made that bet. And
or stupid.
I salute you for it. Yeah. There's always a thin line between both adjectives.
Very, very, very.
Well, here comes
thin line.
free kick from Fran Hernandez. They were going for something a little bit different, as usual. They can enjoy themselves now with that extra man on the pitch. Ooh. Rare mistake there from Fran Hernandez.
Even Fran Hernandez makes mistakes.
Martin Rodriguez with the clearance. Here comes Edson Trejo. Oh, another loose touch from a Real Titan player. Maybe just a little bit complacent after a 2-0 lead. Red card, maybe thinking they can take their foot off the gas. Martin Rodriguez get another chance as it falls to Calvo.
Well, they've got space, haven't they? And they've got quality. I mean, that's handball. But, I mean, I'm really happy that Ranita are through, a team from Mexico, in the final. But you imagine if Galacticos had qualified for the final and they would face Raul Titan with a Fran Hernandez who signed but didn't sign for Galacticos back in November.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when those two teams met and they had a little framed photo of Fran Hernandez on the desk.
Looks like he made the right call in the end. Although, who knows? Maybe it could have been a different...
you never know. I mean...
Him and Leandro Gomez. Ooh. That would have been a tasty partnership. Calvo. Oh, good drop of the shoulder from Trejo. And it's turned
just
behind
bounced off
for
the post,
a
didn't
corner
it?
kick.
Yeah, I think it just came off the post and the keeper.
Fran Hernandez with the shot again. It's the inside of the foot again. It's almost passing the ball, guiding it. A la Tony Cross. Ooh, boots are coming on.
Now, his penalty was woeful before. As far as technique, he's not up there with the best. I mean, the two penalties we saw in the previous semi-final, Barca Gamer, were just superb. Whereas Garmendi actually scored, but, I mean, if you're watching at home, do not take a penalty like Jamin Garmendia.
Alberto Garcia. Martin Rodriguez, plenty of Real Titan players in the box. Alberto Garcia turning into trouble, but where does Juan Peña go from here? On his own. That's about the best he could have got out of that situation.
Approaching that 18-minute mark, Bruno. And Real Titan cruising.
Cruising, but still 2-0.
Maybe, you know, if we get Bimbo or Kings League logo, 1v1 would be excellent. I wouldn't, you know, that's a way maybe back into the game for Bersas. Because from open play,
1v1.
They are going to struggle.
And presidential penalties maybe going their way, and it could claw them back into the game. The last 7 seconds. They need to not concede here, and they have. Look at that header guided into the far post. Alberto Garcia, if I'm not wrong.
Well, the linesman's saying it's offside.
Is it out?
I don't know. It was really tight, but that was such a well-executed header. He's onside.
Ooh, that's going to be tight, yeah.
He's onside. He starts his run just behind the defender.
That's beautiful. Are they saying it's a goal? I think they are, yeah.
3-0.
Well, how about that for a good ending from Real Titan? We always say when clock is running out of time, have a shot, have a go, but even better. Beautiful cross to the far post and an exquisite header. And 3-0 Real Titan, and another game which is going according to, well, not to plan, but I suppose to the script that we could have anticipated.
Come on, Dice, come on.
What's going to happen?
No!
Oh, it's a 5 again! Again, they've given us a 5, and Bersas, oh, that's a painful one for them. They were...
Yeah, Real Titan must be laughing. They must think, brilliant. 5v5, or just keep it tight.
Yeah. It's played into their hands. Well, the last couple of minutes, 8 seconds still left for that sim bin, that red card to Tete Diaz in Bersas. But I'm not entirely sure Betis have had a shot on goal here, you know. I don't seem to recall any efforts on goal from them.
No, I mean, they've been defending okay. They were down one man, but they still conceded. It's 3-0. You feel they've either got to have a really good weapon in the second half, score the presidential penalty, miss his, because we've seen from open play they can't really haven't caused Titan any problems so far in this first half.
Basically what you're saying is they need a presidential penalty to go their way, a weapon to go their way, 4 players from Real Titan to
A miracle, Bruno.
Okay, final 2 minutes of the first half. The 5 red lights will go out and 2 players will sprint towards the halfway line. Hopefully no one getting injured. Oh no. A malfunction of some sorts, forcing them to restart here. Boos from the crowd.
Yeah, where was the ball? Yeah, there it is. Let's go.
All right,
again.
there was no ball. That's a
spot
first.
the ball competition.
Yeah. Oh, we're going down from 20 again. Okay. Still 6. 3, 2, 1. Red lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's go. Or not. Should we go down from 20 again? Oh no. Oh, straight up. Full start.
Well, there was an issue there because there was no buzzer, and there should have been a buzzer. So the clock ticked down.
Yeah,
there should have been a buzzer. So the Persis players set off, and they could be penalised, and they're not really at fault. Let's see what they decide to do. I don't think we're going to have another countdown, or are we? No.
No, he's just giving it to Real Titan. Well, never know what to expect from the Kings League America.
Or just playing keep ball. Real Titan.
They're doing a good job so far. Galbo, well, obviously in no rush till a Betis player decides to press him. Fran Hernandez. What's the referee doing now? Well, there's some complaints there from Martin Rodriguez. He's got 1 boot on. I'm guessing he's saying he got caught late by a Betis player. But what's the referee going to do? I mean, you can show him that the boot's fallen off, but you can't sort of retroactively give you a free kick just because you got no boot on.
Oh, he's got to lace up his boot off to the side of the pitch, and Betis want to quickly get this back underway. It would be great for the game if they could grab a goal before half-time. Definitely for the neutral watching back home.
Yeah. Monterde palming the ball out of the box.
He's not really had a save to make after that third goal, but then Rotterdam don't need, they've got forward, they've scored their 3 goals, and they're doing a really decent job of just not conceding any chances to Betis.
They need to at least test Paul Groth in goal. That's at least it's a shot from Brian Gutierrez. It's a shot that's taken out a Real Titan player. Bolfont there, suggesting to the referee that it's caught him on the side of the head. It's Galbo again. Well, he's taken a few blows so far this evening. Yeah.
on the end of a brutal challenge, and then smack to the side of the head. Good uppercut.
Yeah. Not the first one we've seen today as well.
Well, Ferrinho took one to the face also, the goalkeeper for Galácticos.
Brian Gutierrez stepping on the ball. He finds Peña. Peña's shot is wide. At least we've seen a couple of shots from Persas in the last minute. It's a little bit more positive from them.
Also, by just knocking about deep, you're bringing, Persas out of the comfort zone. They've got to throw players forward. It wouldn't surprise me to see Reditan at another on the break.
Yeah, they're going to have to take some kind of risks. Persas now, I want to get back into this game, and that's where Reditan will be waiting patiently for their moment to kill off the game. Monterde, we did say he's got a decent strike on him. Took a bit too long to take that one.
3 goals so far this season, Monterde. All from open play.
Brian Gutierrez. Fid. Blocked and out for a throw-in. And it's all possession for Persas in these last couple of minutes of the game. But nothing really in terms of an end product. The referee's awarded offside.
Well, you look at body language right now. Persas just don't seem to be believing that this is possible now. I think the manager's got plenty of work to do. Victor Chaires, after, he's got to sit down with his players and just tell them, look, go for it. You've got nothing to lose. It's not an embarrassment if we lose to Real Didan, who finished top of the league and are favourites. But give it your best in the second half.
But you almost get the feeling, don't you, that it's rubbing off a little bit on the fans inside the stadium. It's creating a bit of a flat atmosphere because they can't really see a comeback from Persas. You said it before, a goal from Persas would be the best thing for the neutrals because it would sort of, it would increase the interest in the game. But the way that Persas are playing, it's not really getting the fans into it.
And also, look at that. 6
one
shots to 1. And it's just such a good performance. They're knocking the ball around here, Persas, but that's a very well drilled Rodidan backline. Look, even playing their sole striker offside, they get possession. Final few seconds, it's going to be half-time, 3-0 lead.
Fortunately for Persas as well, because that free kick had opened up their defence. Edson Trejo was away. He's a bit fussy, the referee now. Might as well just blow the half-time whistle.
He's going to blow the whistle.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, exactly. Well, we get to half-time, finally. It's 3-0 to Real Titan against Persas. We anticipated before both semi-finals that Ranita and Real Titan would be the final. They were the heavy favourites, and it was based on the evidence of what we've seen all season long. And I guess, unfortunately for the neutrals, it's panning out to be that way. One-way traffic in both semi-finals so far. Hopefully, though, Eric, a little bit more excitement in the second half if Persas can put up a bit more of a fight. But right now, we're struggling to see where they're going to hurt Real Titan. That's unfortunate again that we can't hear from Zayn and Germán Garmendia. Germán Garmendia has always got a bit of an eclectic sort of following with, I think you've pointed out before, her friend that doesn't seem to talk too much but is always there or thereabouts. He's He's quite the character, Garmendia. Just a look there at some halftime snacks inside the stadium. Of course, there are plenty of sponsors in the Kings League, so we saw before ball being brought in. I suppose we can name the sponsors as they're paying. We saw McDonald's appearing, bringing the ball at half time. We see Bimbo. We saw the ketchup there and mayonnaise. And this is Murat, who, of course, put on that concert.
Good concert.
Half an hour ago. Yeah, between both games. And you know what? It was actually live. His voice was very sort of in tune with the song. Obviously, it went into auto tune at one stage where you can do whatever you want. And it's always going to sound okay, but yeah, he sounded pretty decent live, to be honest.
No. And I mean, they said they'll be back here in Mexico. They're looking forward to their concert. They love the country, and they're from Colombia. And now the second half, and you were just saying, like, of course, Garmendia with his following. Do you think we'll see him dye his hair pink? Because that's what he said he would do if his team win the final, and they're going to be there unless we see, probably the best comeback so far this season by any team in the Kings League Americas.
Bosch, there's the ball launched, and a weapon or a presidential penalty has been locked in. Yeah, still got 8 seconds on that sin bin. So they'll finally, after a long time, be back to 7 against 7 here in the second half. It is going to be a presidential penalty for Real Titan. Calvo taking an eternity.
Guess who?
He was about to get his pocket picked.
Well, that's the third time he gets to take home the match ball. Or the physio.
Yeah, the physio, which generally consists of the little bit of water coming out of the bottle, and that's about it.
Magic water. Well, there's not been, we've not seen too many flying challenges, have we? Or physio moments. It's been, played in good spirit.
Just that one challenge on Calvo. Yeah. Well, here he is, Germán Garmendia. He's got the full kit on. Boots. I will say that penalty which we were alluding to prior to the actual game or games kicking off, he was wearing trainers, so maybe the boots will help him.
Well, his penalty before, if you missed it, there was a penalty shootout involving Presidents, a bit of fun before the first semi-final. We saw some really good penalties. If Ranita needs to take a penalty in the final, the President Barker game out takes a mean penalty score too. And poor Germán Garmendia, he did score, but I don't think he will score now because his penalty was it wasn't good, was it? The technique was all wrong. The keeper just stays still and dives late, he'll save it.
Oh, well, it was better this time round. Just probably the softest penalty you'll ever see. Look at all those players sucking up to the chairman. Yeah, it was okay. Don't worry, mate. That was a good penalty.
Yeah. Can I have an extension to my deal?
That was a good strike. No, it was rubbish. It was rubbish. It was okay, but it was never going to trouble the goalkeeper at that speed. So that's one thing that's gone Persa's way. Presidential penalty not scored by Real Titan. They've still got theirs.
Are you surprised not taking it straight away? Would you have taken your... Because having missed, it's like, hey, guys, we'll score. It's 3-1. We're back in this game.
Yeah. And there's this free kick, which with Fran Hernandez, let's see. Let's see how this ends up. Galbo stepping over it. Fran Hernandez into the wall. He's saying there might have been a handball. Again, it's a different approach, isn't it, on the Fernandez free kick? Normally people going for the power, just blasting it, and well, he was looking for the curling, which is much more difficult, but he's got that in his locker.
I mean,
I'll tell you what, that was going somewhere.
The player's hands? Yes, but you can't give, you know, a penalty for that. I mean, the hands were tight up against the body.
Well, another stoppage here.
They're looking at it. Wow, they're looking at that
potential handball.
Free kick. Yes.
Let's see. I know that he does lift his hands to protect himself, and I can't remember. There's been so many changes in the rules that I can't remember whether they said that you could or couldn't do that, but
it could be a penalty, but he's not occupying a space outside
exactly
of you know, of his body. I mean, his arms are in front of his chest, but again, if you raised your arm up in front of your face and it hits your
you're not
hand,
allowed to do it on the wall. They say that. Yeah.
Even if it's like in front of your face, like it hit not hit your hand, it would hit your forehead, it's a penalty. It's going to be a penalty.
Well, things about to get a little bit worse for Bersas.
Oh, Zane is shaking his head.
Outside the box.
Bersas president.
He knows.
I don't think that's the best angle.
I would like to get that side-on view to see if his arms are outside of the box. I'm guessing they're in, though, if you can see.
Yeah, or behind the goal, and you might see that arm. You know, does it come out at an angle? But if there's
that's
VAR,
what they've given him.
Yeah, it's going to be a penalty, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Well, not what they needed to start the second half.
Has scored 8, I believe. So it's, I mean, it's, I mean, you can put your money on Ranita scoring.
Oh, yellow card, okay.
Is that a yellow card for the handball? I mean, that's harsh.
It's harsh because in normal football you can say maybe yellow card handball, but in this, you know, you're giving someone a sin bin. I think a sin bin in Kings League should be for fouls like we saw before. Fouls where you're attempting to maybe cut out a counter-attack or harm a player, but that's just unfortunate.
And also, he's not diving to keep it out. It's not like, you know, a deliberate handball. It's not like he's stuck his arm out to stop a pass or a shot. He was in the wall and the ball struck him. But anyway, Bersas, though, are going to take their... Zane's not taking the penalty.
Well, he's chickening out.
Yeah, he's... wow.
Boo.
Oh,
shouldn't be allowed.
Well, he's opted to watch from the sidelines. Juan Peña Cisneros is the player taking it.
Well, Juan Peña, one of the star players in the Bersas lineup, needs to score this. He needs to score this, and he doesn't. There's no way round the humongous Omar Lascari, who tends to come on for these shootouts. He's a bit of a specialist. You can't try and dribble past Lascari. You should have taken the penalty, Zane.
Well, it looks like he's going to have to do without the tattoo. He was looking to get done. Should his team win the final? Right now looks likely they're going to be 4-0 down. And also, when play resumes, Bruno, Bersas are going to be a man down. The last time they were a man down, they conceded.
It's just bad news after bad news. Well, Fran Hernandez, he's looking to score for the 17th time this season. And of course he does. He sends Monterde the wrong way. For the second time, we get the Fran Hernandez celebration by the corner flag. It's 4-0 to Real Titan.
Oh, brilliantly tucked away. That's how you take a penalty. And two excellent performances in these semi-finals so far. Real Titan, earlier Ranita. The two in-form sides at some final we've got coming up later on today, Bruno.
Yeah, I think maybe with the feeling of being shortchanged in the semi-finals, at least we know that that final is going to be absolutely stunning. There is no way that it's not going to be an exciting affair. And, you know, generally the Kings League, it's very few times that you almost have a foregone conclusion. And we've got that today in the two semi-finals, yes. But if anyone has never seen the Kings League, do stick around for the final, because I think we'll get the absolute best of this format, which is excitement and uncertainty right until the end.
Well, the vast majority of matches went down to the final 2 minutes. Went down to the wire. I mean, they were decided by goals scored in added time, goals worth double, golden goals, even shootouts. But obviously here in the semi-final, Ranita, who were always favourites, just through. I mean, they were excellent. It's probably their best performance of the season. And as for Real Titan, you know, there are a few doubts perhaps. You know, they looked a bit shaky at the end of the regular season, but I think they were just resting some key players and looking forward to that match. I mean, they met earlier this season. Real Titan beat Ranita 1-0. Now, hopefully we will see many more goals in the final. I do think Ranita will avenge that loss.
Oh, a yellow card. Well, this will give them a chance because in 13 seconds they'll get their 7th player back on the pitch, and now they'll get an opportunity to play for a couple of minutes with one man extra
cheeky,
on
wasn't
the
it, by
pitch.
Guzman? Look at this.
Yeah. I think he could have put the brakes on a little bit earlier there. He sort of stepped out a bit and stepped on his toes.
I'm not too sure if Monterde want to have a crack. Well, he came forward, the goalkeeper, to take this free kick, but at least he's there. He's still there.
Oh, well, all sorts going on there. Martin Rodriguez is holding his face and rolling around on the pitch. Bersa's not entirely too sure what that free kick was, with Monterde sprinting away in the final moment. No one seemed to be on the same wavelength. No one seemed to really be understanding what the plan was. And it's all ended up, let's see.
I mean, he's quite theatrical. There's nothing there. I have to say, you've seen this quite a lot from him this season.
Yeah, he's a regular.
And he's huge. He's a big player. There's no need to go down like a sack of spuds. I mean, was there contact? Perhaps very little. But you're leading 4-0. And there's no need to go down like this.
And if anything, I think the contact was down below more than on the face. I do think that there was Brian Gutierrez coming across. But come on, you didn't get caught on the face. Fran Hernandez. There's that ball again. It's just that curl, that whip that he gets onto it from a standing position.
technique. I mean, that should have been the goal. I mean, such an inviting cross. Also so difficult for a defender because you kind of like, you know, do you try and play it because you could always end up in your own goal? The goalkeeper, does he come off his line or not? It's the perfect ball into the area.
And that header's got no sting on it as it falls at the feet of Omar Lascari. They've not made the most of that first minute with an extra player on the pitch. If anything, Real Didán have come closer. Now Martin Rodriguez shielding the ball and playing it out of play. Bersas looking to move the ball around and find that gap where the extra man is missing. Monterde.
They've not like scoring even against. I mean, I have to feel for Bersas. But, I mean, Real Didán have been the best team all season. And we can see why.
Galbo getting in the way. And again, like in the previous semi-final, you do wonder why Bersas waits so long to employ their weapon.
Well, Zayn opting out of taking a penalty. Again, they're taking their time. I just think they're lost. They don't know what to do, how to do it. I mean, how do you go about coming back from 4-0 down against Real Didán when you don't score many goals? I mean, you've got to score, what, 20% of the goals you've scored all season in the next 13 or so minutes.
And you haven't been able to do it against 6 players either.
No. And you haven't even mustered really a shot on target of note. So far this game, 1 shot.
Peña to Khalil. Now Thid. Ryan Gutierrez back to Peña. Thid screaming for the ball. He gets it. It's all a little bit predictable right now from Bersas. Well, this could be an opening. This could be an opening. It's played back to Thid. What a clearance from Martin Rodriguez.
Well, look how he
Look at his
celebrates.
celebration.
He scored a goal. Oh, it's worth a goal.
A huge leap from Martin Rodriguez. Was it going in? I think it was. Oh,
Brave header too.
he's even theatrical with his clearance as well. The way he jumped and fell.
They're enjoying their pizza.
Is that a slight tone there of I wish that was me? I can sense from you. Or
Yes. But do you have pineapple on your pizza? That's a big question. I remember once ordering pizza with
No.
pineapple. Some Italians, and wow, fruits could kill.
you know what?
Biggest
I
sin
would
there
never
is.
go for it. I would never go for it, but I'm not one of those massive haters who thinks it's an absolute crime against humanity. I mean, pineapple with savory for me can work, but it's not my ideal pizza.
Got to ask the Montiel brothers what's on their pizza. We'll have to find out. Coming into
being
what, the
Mexican,
final
probably
10 minutes,
something.
Bruno. I'm looking at this, and I mean, you can understand the fans as well watching. You know, there's going to be plenty of excitement also before the final. There's another concert to look forward to here in Mexico. One of their most popular singers. And a few more surprises as well before the final.
Yeah.
We saw the trophy earlier as well. What a beautiful, what a beautiful trophy. And like you said, it's the first one. You know, when the first European Cup started, there were fewer teams, quite a few clubs opted not to play. You know, the first World Cup were a few teams. You know, this is something that could well grow. I mean, in Spain, it is massive. And here, I'd say that this stadium is what? 2/3, 3/4 full?
Yeah. Yeah, it's obviously some things will need ironing out, but I think all in all, it's been a successful first edition of the Kings League Americas. I think maybe the two semi-finals have been a bit of a letdown. I mean, the fact that we've been, you know, talking about pizzas and things like that maybe kind of illustrates where
only because I saw the Montiel brothers tucking in to what looked like a delicious pizza. It's one of those foods that, you know, pizza and football.
Yeah,
a marriage made in heaven.
No, absolutely. But it kind of illustrates where this game's been going. You know, that's in the
well, this is when you get your favourite Mexican wave.
Point. Yeah. Well, still no weapons. Waiting for. Running out of time.
Maybe out of respect. Do you remember we did one game where one team had a presidential penalty, didn't even use it?
Didn't use it, yeah. Can't remember who it was.
Like, okay, there's no need to use it. I think it was Ranita. If I'm not mistaken, Ranita kind of thought, okay, guys, you know, we've kind of beaten you. We're not going to, you know, rub salt into the wounds, you know, just, you know, which is also worse almost. It's like pity. It's like, don't show us pity. Well, there we see this wonderful, wonderful arena. I mean,
it's so big.
Over 80,000 capacity. Now, if you see a few gaps, because quite a few people pop out, you know, there are food trucks and a lot of good food, not just pizza, available here, and I'm sure it'll be full up ahead of the final, and also, of course, for that concert. Don't forget, we have another concert coming up after this second semi-final.
Oh, did that ball go out to play? Yes, it'd gone out before Monterde had made the save. So 33 minutes approaching on the clock, 4-0 for Real Titan. It's been very comfortable in this second half. Persas have not posed any uncomfortable questions, although there's no offside there. Calvo getting across quickly. The shot from Ian Granados.
I mean, I'm sure all the neutrals would love to see Persas, if they can just score just one goal now, okay? And then in the final 2 minutes, when goals are worth double, you score and suddenly it's game on. It's game on. I mean, that's the good thing about this sport, about Kings League, that in a split second, in a minute, a game can be turned on its head, and they're using their weapon. I'm hoping it's a penalty.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I still think he makes the most. Challenge.
Yeah.
Guess who it is? Again, it looks like he's been
He got
shot. Watch.
He gets taken out, but look at the way he goes down and the legs.
Look at that. I mean, he probably injures himself more by diving and bouncing around.
Yeah.
I mean, he must be about 90 kilos, 6 foot, built like a shed, and he goes down so acrobatically. Talking about acrobatics, there's something coming up as well. Acrobatics also. Secret weapon time.
Secret weapon. I think I saw double goal. Yes, double goal for Persas. I'm guessing as both of them have locked in their weapons. So
come on, Persas, score. Score a double goal. Score a goal.
Yeah, they're pretty much double goal from here until the end of the game now, as that will almost roll into, well, it will roll into the 38th minute. What's the other weapon? Bonfonta's got the card in his hand. Oh, it's a joker.
Oh.
We don't see many of these, but that's a tough one for Bersas. What are they going to go for? Well, obviously, guess they go for a penalty. Oh, double goal.
Okay, so
Double
what,
goal,
the
I suppose.
final few minutes of this match, well, 2 seconds. So basically the rest of this second half, stoppage time, double goal.
Calvo chipping the cross into the box, headed by Edson Trejo. Forwards
Oh, we
from
were saying, Bruno,
Monterde.
their striker. The moment we knew
Yep.
he wasn't going to be available, I still thought, you know, their performances, quarter-final, previous round, they were excellent. And their defence got them here, really. But I do think with their star striker, they would have at least tested the Rotitan goalkeeper. I think would have scored a couple of goals. I mean, they're losing their best player. It's such a shame. Hopefully we'll be back in the next split. I really look forward to seeing Tony Abadala. But like you said, you know, he's Peruvian. And let's see if, you know, based here in Mexico, guess who's down?
Yeah. And obviously they can play on with him off the pitch.
Oh, he's made a miraculous
Oh, look
recovery.
at him sprinting back
He's
on.
gone down
And he's
again.
gone down!
He's gone
No!
No, that, I mean,
no
honestly,
way.
he should be sent
That
off.
is
Send him
sickening.
off.
That should
Send
be a
him
card.
off.
That
Send
is
him off. Red
sickening.
card. Red card. Come on.
How can you sprint on? Wait a couple of seconds and go down.
Watch
like
this.
that?
Watch this. Look. Look.
Oh, he's holding his head.
And then he comes on and then sprints on and dives again.
Send him off. That for me is worse than. Oh, he's got a yellow card. Good. That for me is worse than a nasty tackle. That is just.
Look. Look.
That is the
Good.
worst
Good.
of the
Good.
worst.
You once, twice, 3 times. Yeah. Go on. Pointing his finger at him, going. You know, we all see what you're doing. It's not good for the game. I mean, I want to see that one again. That is comical. That's a meme.
I can't believe.
He ran onto the pitch and dived again. As if somebody
Exactly. I
punched
can't
him
believe
as
he
he came
wasn't.
back on again.
How could he not be embarrassed to do that?
I don't know.
He didn't even walk on. He sprinted on. Oh, my
He did
God.
as well. I don't know if that was worse or...
Well.
Come on. If that was worse or, you know, when he dived and kind of like flicked himself back up again.
Oh! Almost Monterde. Well, that was not a bad effort. Pedraza with the short corner then for Alberto Garcia. Alberto Garcia crossing it in. Oh, it's difficult with just one teammate inside the box. Well, it came off
Looking at the body language of
Bersa's
the
player.
players, and I think, you know, they've just they run out of ideas. Conceding so early on.
Well, this is a chance. This is a chance. Saved by Lascari. Luis Gonzalez was through on goal.
That could have been 4-2. You imagine they score now. Rotitan would think, wow, we've played so well for 30 7 minutes, and now we're one game away from a shootout.
That's good play by Olmedo, and it's tucked away by Rafael
Wow.
Cid. And there
Game
is
on.
still life in Persas. And I'll tell you what, it's not worth trouble. I was thinking, Eric, the Joker, what they did is that they stole
They took it off him.
Persas' secret weapon, yeah. So it's unfortunate, but it'll be worth just the one for Persas. That was a good run from Olmedo down the left and put away by Cid. They're still there.
Well, you can see though, suddenly the body language changing, and for Cid, a defender, gets on the score sheet. And a bit of hope for Persas.
Well, that brings the 38 minutes to a close. We've got a couple of minutes left. There'll be double goal. Cid complaining about the time being wasted. Martin Rodriguez, of course, complaining about one thing or another.
He deserves a second yellow card. I would definitely book him. As for Cid, that was his first goal of the season. It's come at a good time.
Yeah,
Now,
that's right.
Now, 2 minutes. Imagine if Persas score the next goal. Come on, Persas. Score another goal. Score a goal. 4-3. You imagine the grandstand finale we'll get.
Well, that's what we were talking about. We were anticipating, well, not anticipating, but we were talking about how many times there's exciting endings to the games, and it's always unpredictable right until the end. It didn't feel like this one was going to be unpredictable, but with that goal from Rafael Cid, anything is possible in these last 2 minutes of the game. And he's knocked it forward, Medazo. Possession will be
near on
Persas.
impossible. Near on impossible not to knock forward. It's an interesting role. Sometimes you see players allow opponents to get to the ball and then look to win it that second ball.
Well, there's a player down which isn't Martin Rodriguez after Lascari landed on him.
No. It's guess who is injured once again? Which defender has been in the wars for Ranita?
It's Galvo, of course.
Yes, it is. He's down again. Now, when he goes down, it's because he's been injured. I mean, he's been hit hard. We saw a ball to the face, a nasty challenge that led to a red card.
An ankle turning the wrong way round, and he's still got up. And there's the issue here as well, that for the first time, these players are going to have to play 2 games in the same day. So Galvo's going to be feeling all of those knocks, surely, because once the game finishes also you cool off, and that's when you start to feel them a bit more, and it's difficult to get going afterwards. So Galvo will be feeling these heading into the final.
Oh, that's going to be painful both. I mean, the keeper landing on his teammate will have a bit of a painful back. Also, Calvo, I mean, he's a big goalkeeper, isn't he? Landing on his legs. And I mean, like you said, right now, Calvo could keep on playing. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, but as soon as you stop, and suddenly, you start to feel the pain, there's cramp. And also, it's not been,
It's difficult.
they've not been able to coast, unlike Ranita. I mean, 8-1 winners. The last, in fact, the whole second half, they didn't break into a sweat. Whereas here, Real Didan know that they can't afford to concede, and there's a bit of tension out there.
There's one player they want on the pitch, on the ball rather. It was that man, Fran Hernandez. Lascari, though, gives it to Persas, and they're forcing Real Didan into Those wayward long balls and passes. They've changed the goalkeeper. Ariel Perez now.
Yeah. Ariel
On
Perez
for
only making his
Monterde.
second appearance.
Brian Gutierrez.
And Persas just one goal.
Some good defending though. Oh, they needed to win that challenge. Javier Meraz forcing the free kick, and there is the trophy going to be handed out for the first time ever. Looks pure, that trophy. Looks like it's quite heavy as well.
I was going to say, if it is, I need a truck or a crane to lift it. But it's beautiful, the first ever Kings League Americas trophy, which will be won by Raul Didan or Ranita.
Or Persas, if they score 2 goals.
You still think Persas...
Still got
come
4
on.
minutes.
It's 4 minutes.
No,
Four
I don't.
minutes. That's a long
I don't.
time.
I don't,
Oh,
but
God,
there
if
are
they
4
score now,
minutes.
come on.
Oh, I almost wanted that to get into the top corner.
I think every neutral, anyone and everyone who doesn't support Raul Didan is pushing for a Persas goal. If only to see Garmendia's face.
Yes, he's had very little disappointment this year, Garmendia. It's all been smiles for
Well, they
him on the
qualified,
beach.
they became the first team to qualify. They also won the division. They qualified automatically for this Final Four. Didn't need to play a quarter-final game.
Right, here come Persas. Peña skips past the challenge. It's Brian Gutierrez, in fact. This is Peña. They've slowed it down. Islas. Back with Brian Gutierrez. Couple of step overs. And does he run into trouble? Well, he's done well there. And he got his boots onto the
like
ball.
a
He's
goal
forced a
kick,
corner. I don't
didn't it?
think even Brian thought it was a corner.
No. The Persas players were heading back to their own half. Okay. Overruled by the linesman.
Well, that's killed off their hopes there of maybe getting something out of the corner.
Well, just under 2 minutes remaining now in this stoppage time, Bruno, and I think we've got that dream final. Ranita, Raul Didan. Your favourite, Raul Didan or Ranita?
I still think Ranita. I think Ranita have got more team players that can, more individuals that can win you a game, and I just think they're a better team collectively. I do think Fran Hernandez is
Even
the
without
best player
Arias?
that will be on that pitch. Yeah, I still think so. As I say, I think Fran will be the best player on the pitch, but there are so many players for Ranita.
Looking forward
What about
to
yourself?
the final. Yeah, I think, we would have got it right early on in the season. Ranita, Mexicans, or a team with a president from Chile.
Ooh, ho, ho, ho. It's another
Chance.
good run from Olmedo down the left. Peña, it's back to Thino.
No.
Oh, that was it.
Yes. Oh. They had more chances in
flick.
30 seconds than in 42
Yes.
minutes.
And you know what? Fair play to Persas, because this looked like it was a completely dead game, and they've made something of it. They've shown a little bit of character at the end, at least, and they've made it fun.
No, I mean, give them plenty of credit. You know, they didn't just throw in the towel. You know, they showed loads of belief, and something they probably lacked in the first half.
And that's killed them off, but yeah, it was the 4th minute of added time. They had to throw bodies forward. It was always going to be a possibility, so the double goal makes the scoreline look a little bit heftier than perhaps it was going to be. Alberto Garcia again getting his name on the score sheet. 6-1 Real Titan. And it's just another step further towards that final between Real Titan and Ranita. And I think that's the final whistle. It is the final whistle. Well, no upsets, Eric, in the semi-finals. We've got that dream final, the 2 best teams, and we don't always get that in any competition in the world. Call it the Champions League, the Copa del Rey, the World Cup. You don't always get the best 2 teams throughout the entire season making the final. And here, we've got that, but with Real Titan and Ranita.
Yeah, definitely. I think we've seen those good results. Ranita, thrashing Galacticos. This was a bit tighter, I think, in that second half. Well, that's one of the highlights. Probably one of the best highlights.
That's the real highlight.
Ricky Goal. He's getting married. And, we'll see him in the final. And these are the highlights of another day at the office for Real Titan.
Yeah, plenty of highlights, most of them involving Real Titan players, a lot of them involving Fran Hernandez with a couple of goals to his name. He's now on 17 for the season. A beautiful header from Alberto Garcia, who also got his name on the score sheet a couple of times in this one. And from Bersas, well, we didn't see too much in the first half. There's that penalty from Germán, which is one to forget. No penalty taken by Zayn. That was the shootout, which they took instead. Penalty converted by Fran Hernandez, showing the presidents how it's done. And heading to the final minutes of the second half, it's when Bersas finally came to life. This goal from Rafael Cid set up an exciting last couple of minutes in the double goal window, and they came close. I think we'll get to see this chance here from Cid. That was the last opportunity.
That would have been what?
That would have been 30 seconds, 40, yeah. But
still,
you never know.
4-3.
Yeah, exactly. Well, those were the highlights for that second semi-final. We said we've got the final between Real Titan and Bersas. Obviously, Real Titan will need some rest to make it a bit of a fairer game in the final. So we'll get a couple of shows on now. What have we got next there? We've got the show.
There's a show Santander by one of the sponsors. Now, we've been counting, Bruno and myself, and we think there's 102 people taking part in this extravaganza.
I think.
Approx. And we're going to see a bit of everything. So, sit back and enjoy. We'll, comment a few things, but we'll also leave a few things to your imagination. And following this show,
there's only so much we can add.
Yes, so many things we can add positively. And then it's going to be Cutting Leon. 4 songs at least, another brilliant concert to look forward to after hearing Morat before that second semi-final. We're seeing here sponsor Santander, and this show, really popular, aren't they? These shows before finals, Champions League finals, one of the best kept secrets, along with starting 7s or 11s. The shows before finals, and here we're seeing this show taking place on the pitch here at the Azteca Stadium.
Right, here come the acrobatics.
Now, who do you think that king is?
Who do I think that king is?
Is somebody hiding behind the mask?
It's got to be someone. There are so many twists in the tale in the Kings League.
It could be Layuna after that penalty miss. Gone into hiding. You missed it earlier. Miguel Layun, who's the president here in Mexico and former footballer. Of course, you know, a star. He's next to the wood and dragged his penalty a metre. I think it might be being generous. 2 meters wide. In what was probably the worst penalty from the shootout.
I mean, he was smiling and he was laughing about it, but a professional football player's always got that pride, hasn't he?
It was filmed on so many cameras. Showed televised
Cameras,
broadcast
worldwide,
streams,
Twitch,
here.
Yeah, you name it.
Well, this looks like, you know, the show before a World Cup.
Yeah, with all the flags of all the countries, just to hear it's Santander. I will say those shows before the World Cup, I know that they're great, but I never really pay too much attention to them. I'm sort of like, you know, waiting for them to sort of finish for the football to start. Which is a shame, because they are...
Before the football starts here, we're going to get to
good
concerts, and this is, I mean, look how, this looks great. These are little LED bands that were handed out to the supporters, along with face masks. We saw lots of face masks before the first semi-final. And here we're seeing, you know, 102 talented artists. I mean, that is good. Can you do that, Bruno?
Got a couple of tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah, you're a decent footballer. Should we contact the presidents of the Kings League Americas? Are you willing to go out there for a couple of months?
I want to go for the World Cup. I would love that.
The World Cup.
Couple of months in Mexico. That'd be beautiful.
Well, the World Cup is just around the corner. So for those who are discovering Kings League Americas, or Kings League Spain for the first time, you've got the World Cup. Now, it will kick off on the 26th of May. There is a Swiss league system, which, funny enough, is also going to be how the Champions League format is going to look next season. And then some play-ins, and then games where winners qualify for the next round until you reach that final on the 8th of June. Now, $1 million is the prize money for the winners of the first ever World Cup, and the host is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Not bad, eh? Not a bad host. Ambassador.
And also, you were saying some of the names before, but virtually all the biggest names, or 90% of the biggest names that you can think of the noughties, yeah, I'd say noughties football, that sort of Pro Evo era, they're all there. Shevchenko, Totti, the huge names. Rio Ferdinand, as you said, Götze, Hazard.
Totti. Looking forward to seeing Totti. Eden Hazard, and I've been told that his brothers might take part.
Ooh.
We could have 3 of them. 3 Hazards out on the pitch, and I mean, I've been interested to see also Rio Ferdinand, along with Jeremy Lynch, Eunice and Götze, Falcao. I mean, looking at this star-studded lineup, you know, it does look like these teams are taking this event very seriously, and you can end up seeing you know, I don't know about current. You never know. There could be some current footballers, but former footballers. I mean, Eden Hazard retired less than a season ago. It's not been a season since he stopped, and doesn't matter if you're not training 7 days a week, 6 days a week. I mean, how talented and skillful is that player? I mean, when he was playing for Chelsea, he was the best player in the Premier League. Okay, he had a few injuries, perhaps at Real Madrid, but such an excellent footballer. And you look around, and you know, I'm sure there's a lot of pride at stake. You know, you don't want to come here and make a fool of yourself. I think every single team is going to look to bring as many big name players as possible.
No, and also a lot of these teams, at least the teams in Belgium, France, and Germany that I know of, are doing big nationwide castings as well. So, you know, you can have a filter, and you're going to get the best of, I don't know, a field of 5,000 maybe applicants, something like that, maybe showing up. I'd imagine maybe more than 5,000 if you look at the money on the line for the prize for the winners. So you're going to have teams of very good footballers,
and also the experience. I mean, for some former players, a chance to play again at the Stadium Monterrey, which isn't at altitude like this spectacular Azteca Stadium we hear about. I think it's just over 2,000 meters above sea level. Monterrey is similar to Madrid as far as cities go, just over 600 meters above sea level. And having, well, heard Colombian group Morat, it's time to welcome our next guest to the stage. Now, before the final, we're going to enjoy Karin Leon, one of the most popular singers right now in Mexico. Oscar Armando Diaz de Leon, well known professionally as Karin Leon, Mexican singer-songwriter, will now entertain those here inside the Azteca Stadium. Also Bruno and myself, all those watching worldwide Kings League America's Final Four.
Ya estoy en la Final Four, Estadio Azteca. Uy. Yo me mordí uno que hoy ya no la busco. No se las firmo y hasta aquí pues ya estoy todo. Ya me mordí el loco porque estaban dice orgullo de sobra pasó mala suerte es algo que yo tengo y dice y palabras tenemos esta vez tendrá que conformarse con solo un recuerdo dice de dormir en mi cama de despertar con aquellos besitos nuevos que nos dan mamacita. Y que viva México, cabrones. Llenas de y palabras tenemos. Esta vez tendrá que conformarse con solo el recuerdo y se va a quedar con las ganas de dormir en mi cama, de despertar con aquellos besitos como se nos daba. Se va a quedar queriendo porque yo ya no quiero. Esto le pasa por andar jugándome a que yo no puedo y no es por acá, pero aquí siempre que prueban siempre vuelven a pedir más. Y pura Kings League, viejo. ¿Dónde están esos corazones rotos esta noche? Chale, mamá.
Quisiera pensar que no he engañado nada y es mentira. Jodiste la vida y me perdí por tanto tiempo. Creí ya no me suelto. Hoy quiero gritarle a cuatro vientos.
Te lo agradezco. Hiciste lo que más me convenía. Tu amor fue de mentira y es honesto. Y al final ni te lo merecía.
Te lo agradezco. Lograste lo que logran los cobardes, que viven llenos de arrepentimiento. Ay, es que amor a ti te quedó grande.
Saludcita, México. No pienso ni dedicarte una rola de despecho. No quiso mejor echar limón a este pecho y le di se borró como sabía.
Te lo agradezco. Hiciste lo que más me convenía. Tu amor fue de mentira y es honesto, y al final ni te lo merecías.
Te lo agradezco. Lograste lo que logran los cobardes, que viven llenos de arrepentimiento. Ay, este amor a ti te quedó grande. Te decías que no querías vivir sin mí y buscas cualquier razón para andar hablando de mí. Ay, amor, qué ganas de joderme el corazón.
Te lo agradezco. Hiciste lo que más me convenía. Tu amor fue de mentira y es honesto.
Y al final ni te lo merecías. Yo te lo agradezco. Lograste lo que logran los cobardes, que viven llenos de arrepentimiento. Ay, es tu amor a ti te quedó grande. Sobre que viven llenos de arrepentimiento. Ay, este amor a ti te quedó grande. Ay, a ti te valió madre. ¿Qué? Esto se la sabe mi gente. ¡Salud, viejo! Tú me diste al principio fue una broma, luego la verdad se asoma. Intercambiamos Pasó algún tiempo, poco menos de una hora y por debajo de la mesa. Tú te contó con mi bota. Fue más sencilla y a la hora del desayuno. Ya las semanas que iniciaron con la aventura se nos hizo en la luna. Yo un concierto pa' Tijuana. Era prohibido, era imposible, pero hicimos de la gana. Después de eso nos veíamos casi a diario y nuestro amigo el calendario nos dio 400 citas. De tanto amar nos volvimos dos extraños, no sé quién tomó en tu mano, ni tú dónde estoy ahorita. Vamos en la silla, asomando la hora del desayuno. Yo sabía que te amaba. En las semanas de iniciar con la aventura se nos hizo en la luna y un concierto en el Azteca. Era prohibido, era imposible, pero hicimos lo que se nos dio la gana. Con la Ortega, no con todo el estilo. Pasando el tiempo analizando la ruptura, la versión que tiene el lobo no es la de Caperucita. De tanto amarnos nos volvimos tres extraños. No sé quién tomó y tomó, ni tú con quién estoy ahorita. Júrame, anota, que nos veamos repitamos lo de la primera cita. Qué buen ambiente, raza. Qué bonita noche, gracias a la Kings League. Gracias por tenernos acá en la Final Four.
Oh, what a wonderful night.
Esto dice así.
Wants to thank the Kings League.
Dile al que te está informando.
Another song for you. 'Cause I know you're a big fan, Eric, so
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm sure you'll enjoy this last one.
Otro chisme más que tenga. Estoy cansado de este lleva y trae. Aquí sí hay amor, pero amor para ti ya no hay. No te creas tan importante. Las cosas ya no son como antes. Hace mucho que yo ya te olvidé. Ahora viste me veo gritando tu nombre, borracho en un bar, no sé en dónde. Bebé según quien y cantamos Azteca, dice ¡Tierro! Ahora resulta que vivo en despecho y te tengo guardada en el pecho. Bebé según qué. Dile al que te esté informando y cantamos. Ahora tengo un culo inédito que se lleva todos los méritos. Está conmigo porque quiere, no estabas por la de crédito. Deja el papelón patético, que yo soy tranquilo en México. Esa mierda que tú hablas, te compré papel higiénico. Nuevo yo que te di mi todo y tú me pusiste los del toro. Y ahora es que me vieron gritando tu nombre, borracho en un bar mostrando, bebé según qué. vez según quién, ya, dile al que te esté informando, que te está mal informando, hay que te informe. ¡Qué bonito cantan Azteca!
Well, I hope it's not over. Wouldn't mind a few more songs here.
Queremos que tiemble la Azteca esta noche, dice.
Come on, an encore. Yes.
Yeah!
All the people now dancing in their seats.
There we go. Ah, the moves. I know you love that little Mexican trumpet.
I tell you, he's got quite a. I mean, how many people are with him on the stage?
He's got the whole orchestra, hasn't he? What's that big one called? Is it the trombone or what's it? The big curly one?
Yep.
Love to see it. He's got the trombone. He's got a. What else did he have behind? There's a guitar. Another guitar. Yeah, there's a trumpet. Brilliant.
Do not try that at home.
It actually looks a little bit like Martin
End
Rodriguez
up
going
in
down
accident
after
and
a challenge.
emergency.
Yeah, it's pretty handy. We know that the players and their families don't listen to the English stream.
This is the Latin
trouble sometimes.
Grammy Award winner. Best Regional Mexican Song in 2022 and has sung with a long list of famous musicians. And here, delighting those present, those watching also. Kings League Americas. Now, we always get these musical interludes between semi-finals and also, of course, the final. Players need a bit of a rest. Remember that Real Titan take on Ranita in the final. Bruno Begareche and myself, we've been here throughout the season and we're lucky to be with you here for the final four and also with Mr. Karim Leon.
Que viva la Kings League, que viva la Final Four esta noche. Gracias. Cantamos esto, Azteca, dice. Hoy sé. Con murraca famosa, la boda la celebramos. Ay, por la rumorosa, la boda la celebramos. Ay, por la rumorosa. ¡Arriba México, chingado! ¡Y nos fuimos! Muchísimas gracias.
Oh, superb. Thanking the crowd, thanking the Kings League Americas. And Karim Leon will leave this stage to a standing ovation here. Though we might get another song. Let's see, another encore, perhaps.
Looks like a farewell. Yeah. Oh, big treat for the fans. Quite a few songs there from Karim Leon, who they obviously adore in Mexico.
Morat and Karin Leon. The two musical acts. I mean, you get them at the Super Bowl, Champions League final even. Why not the Kings League Americas? Can't wait to see what they have in store for us at the World Cup.
Wow, yeah.
Monterrey, the venue. And as you can see now, they've been working on the pitch, which is in perfect conditions. A few raindrops fell earlier, but just one grey cloud over this stadium. And, well, as you can see,
entertainer
sleeved. Yeah, it's warm here. It's beautiful, perfect temperature. Of course, playing outdoors where the regular season was held indoors. We're seeing a few players adapt to a slightly different style of play. Of course, the ball moves around differently. The bounce not uniform, and also on this wet playing surface, we've seen that ball skid off the turf and pick up plenty of pace. Not been easy on the goalkeeper. We've seen a few more mistakes than what we've probably seen during the regular season, Bruno. But I mean, all in all, it's been a great first Final Four here, inaugural Final Four at one of the most amazing stadiums.
An encore.
What's going on here? He's back.
An encore. He's back. He did the oldest trick in the book, the walk-off.
Wow. I was going to say.
One more song, and he's back.
I'm so surprised my wish came true so quickly. Oh, fans thought they were getting 4 songs. They're getting a 4 Karin Leon concert.
But Altitan will be celebrating this. Bit more time for recovery.
I'm sure Garmendia is there. Backstage game. Come on. We need a bit more rest. More rest. Come on.
Come on, Karin. Give us one more.
Gracias, México. Que viva la música mexicana, compa.
Long live Mexican music. Karin Leon, popular, as you can see, Mexican singer-songwriter. And now, the build-up for the main event. Season started back in February. And here we are at the Final Four. It's flown by, Bruno. The season has flown by. No surprise, Ranita in the final, Bruno. And, well, our favourite, Ranita. We're not going to be biased, but our favourite, Ranita.
Yeah, no, the season has flown by. It's, I almost feel like, I feel like it was yesterday when we were kicking this whole new project off. And it's all boiled down to this. And yeah, we say our favourite in the sense that we believed quite early on that they would be the team that would come out on top. Doesn't mean we're going to be supporting them outright, but
No,
you're doing Florida.
we're going to be objective.
There's a new name. Exactly. But no, they've been a team that'd be nice to watch. I think their two chairmen as well, two pleasant characters as well, because there have been some presidents that have been a bit more controversial, some that maybe have been easier to get behind than others. Some have been a little bit difficult to get behind, and just it's just a nice team to follow around Ranita. But I'm really looking forward to this one because, as I say, it's the collective unit against possibly the best player in the competition in Fran Hernandez, and it's going to be interesting how those two different teams and styles of play counteract and it ends up panning out.
Just quickly, there's some breaking news. Arias is on the active roster for Ranita. Now, he was a healthy scratch, failed a late fitness test, but obviously they've named him. Maybe he won't play, maybe he will play, maybe he was rested, cramp, or just wants to be with his teammates. But to have him
Is
back
he the
if he
secret
plays
weapon?
would be a massive boost.
Is he the real secret weapon? And
I mean,
also,
I'd love to see him on. I mean, if he starts, because he always starts, whenever it's 1v1, he's the player out on the pitch. Now, were they so confident that they rested Arias? I mean, if he was fit, you would have played him, really, wouldn't you? In that semi-final?
yeah, must. I don't know. Maybe it's a strange one. It's almost impossible to read into, because also looking through the squads, Irving Florida for Real Titan, he wasn't a part of the squad in the semi-finals, and he's come in for the final. Maybe there was some sort of rule for this final four where you could add a player that wasn't in the squad for the semi-finals into the final, but it does make you ask the question, why are they not available in the semis?
Yeah, because Florida, at the end of the day, I mean, he's he's relatively new to the roster. He's only made one appearance, but you're looking at Arias, who is one of the main players in the team, and this is a Ranita side that it's a team. They're outstanding players. You look at Martinez, Osvaldo, Obed, the goalkeeper, Murga, but Arias, not including Baruch Ochoa's goal earlier, but he was the top scorer in the regular season with 7.
Yeah, let's see what percentage of fitness he's at, because he's a player that normally starts off in the one-on-one, and we always say he virtually doesn't go off the pitch from that one-on-one right through until the end of the game. He's generally on the pitch throughout the entire game, so if he's not 100% fit, he obviously won't be able to play that amount of time because of the way he plays as well, which is running everything down, energy, just providing energy, providing legs to the team. So yeah, let's keep an eye out to see how Yair Arias is in that sense, and how much he can give to the team. But we've got the two sets of teams coming out, Eric. We've got the trophy, it's the setting, it's a full stadium, it's the Azteca. You couldn't ask for more. Really looking forward to this final.
Well, the team in third at the end of the regular season, presided over by Elena and Parker Gamer, 19 points, taking on the side that led from start to finish during the regular season. They qualified directly for this Final Four with 3 games remaining. Real Titan, both clubs, Bruno, cruising through their semi-finals. I mean, Ranita were excellent. Real Titan also another vintage performance, and it is going to be difficult to choose a winner from this first ever Kings League Americas final.
Well, it's one team from Chile, one team from Mexico. Plenty of countries have been represented in the Kings League Americas. In the end, it's one of the host nation sides up against the team from Chile, as we see the man who's put all of this together, Miguel Layun, the president, the chairman here of the Kings League Americas. I'm sure he'll be tremendously happy with how this first edition has panned out and also the reception that it's had in the region. It's definitely kicked off, and this will just be the start of, I'm sure, a very long-lasting competition. And we'll see if new teams join the competition. I've got question marks regarding the continuity, Eric, of West Santos,
of a certain team
with them. Yeah, with them not being present here. I don't know how that will go down with Miguel Layun and Gerard Piqué. And
it's strange.
yeah,
It's strange.
We'll
I mean, controversial. You know, sometimes with those statements coming about referees, but I suppose you can't be happy with referees. No one is. Referees always. There have been some strange decisions, but right now I think the two teams who deserve to be here, maybe Peluche Caligari. They finished. Second, they were big favourites, but you're looking at those two semi-final performances, and 8-1 Ranita beating Galacticos, 6-1 Rauditan brushing aside Persas. I think, deservedly, these two teams are in this final at this venue, and the good thing is, after this game, not too long to wait until the first ever Kings League World Cup here in Mexico.
And there was a question mark, or at least a question that I had heading into the Kings World Cup, and I'd actually been asked from people working or viewers of the Kings League Spain who probably didn't get to see the Americas, and they would ask me, how would the Americas team fare against the Spanish teams? And I thought, they haven't played as much, they haven't gelled together. I'm not sure they'll put up much of a fight, but we saw the friendly earlier between Peluche Caligari and Biot. Yes, granted, Biot probably one of the bottom sides in Spain, but Peluche Caligari came out comfortably on top in that one. And when you look at Ranita and Real Titan play, I'm not saying they're going to head into the Kings World Cup as favourites, but certainly for teams from Spain, it's not going to be an easy fixture playing against these two teams.
Well, you've even seen, if you look at professional football, it took quite a long time before, they always said a European team would never win, in South America, Central America, a World Cup. And South American teams haven't been very successful in Europe. Of course, that's changed recently, but it's not easy traveling abroad. These teams are based here. These Mexican sides even more, although there are players from different nationalities in each of the teams. But you're looking at your Cuervos, your Ranita, your Peluche Caligari teams based in Mexico. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Mercedes Roy is actually from Monterrey. That's a local city, a hometown, where you will have massive support. And I mean, looking at this final now in this stadium, we've had two great concerts as well. I'll be definitely going out straight away when this finishes, when the shop's open, to buy a Karim Leon best of. But now looking forward to this final, and this could be really important. These two cards could decide the final. It's happened in the past in the league. Let's see what happens now. These two clubs, by the way, met during the regular season. Only one goal was scored. Real Titan edging out Ranita. I think we're going to see more goals. I mean, Ranita are a much better team than at the start of the season. And I think Real Titan also. I think these two teams deserve to be here. And I'm really looking forward to commentating with you, Bruno Bergarecci, the first ever Kings League final.
Well, weapons have been drawn, as you say, that could play a pivotal part in who wins the Kings League Americas. Unfortunately, we can't hear from Miguel Layun, who's rallying the troops, getting the fans up and ready for the final. He's got his flag in his hand, so I'm sure he'll be marching on to the pitch in one way or another. Here he goes. got to say, I'm a fan. Although the season-long competition is great, but I do love this being outdoors and not having the roof and the ball not going into the lights and stuff. I've enjoyed it. I like this outdoors, proper grass.
We've got 40 minutes here, 2 20-minute halves, and who knows, maybe even a shootout if the teams are level come the end of this final.
Well, here we go. The first ever final of the Kings League Americas is underway, and immediately, Eric, we can see Jade Arias is taking part in the one-on-one. So I guess that clarifies a little bit how fit he is and how ready he is to play this game.
I would love to interview the manager and to find out, you know, did they look to rest him on purpose, keep him fresh, perhaps for the final? I mean, it could prove to be a masterstroke.
Well, here he is, the fresh legs of Jade Arias. And he drags the shot wide, but already asking questions of Alberto Garcia. Alberto Garcia for Real Titan. Couple of goals for him in the semi-finals, and it's a save from Hugo Murga. He was impressive in those semis.
Well, just slowing things down now, waiting for the introduction of a teammate. And now Murga would also step out, and they're bringing on, well, a very good signing.
And Martin Rodriguez, who we've spoken about just a little bit this evening, is on for Real Titan.
Now, for these players, there must be plenty of nerves out there. I mean, for the first semi-final, because Ranita played first, you know, it wasn't yet for this stadium, but now it is packed. There are a few empty seats behind the stage because of limited visibility, but you look around you and there's a great atmosphere here.
It could have been the first. It's Paul Gruth get the post in the
That's
game,
twice, isn't it?
Yeah, against Persas at 0-0 as well. Is that a free kick? Is it not? And this one came off the upright, and I think.
I mean, don't use this word often, the stanchion. It seemed to just smack the one is playing the cruceta, isn't it? You know, where the post meets the crossbar. I mean, it just walloped off the woodwork.
It's Martin Rodriguez with Pedraza. Boos from the crowd as Real Titan are in possession. Cruz. Martin Rodriguez with the drop of the shoulder. That will fall comfortably into the hands of Hugo Murga.
Oh, lots of fans here supporting the club from Mexico, Ranita, but still lots of Real Titan jerseys around.
And now Paul Cruz pulling off his first save of the final after that shot from Cesar Romo.
Stinging the palms of the keeper. There's Villa.
There's Villa.
Striker for Muchachos. I'd sign him. Whoa. For any team should turn to him. He might not be able to play every single game, but probably best striker, top 3 this season.
Definitely.
And also he missed quite a few games and still finished up as the league's top scorer.
Definitely
19
the best
goals,
out-and-out striker.
Definitely.
Ooh, that rebound, that deflection off Martin Rodriguez, almost causing a few problems for Paul Cruz. Here's another look at that shot. Again, it's Murga with the save. He's had a couple today that have been absolutely remarkable. Offside from Baruch Ochoa.
Almost at full strength. Players gradually introduced until we're 7v7. when it comes to that dice throw, having had 2 5s, v5s for the final 2 minutes of the first half, I would love to see 1v1.
We need a 1v1 in the final. You couldn't ask for any more.
We need a weighted dice.
Yeah, basically, Bimbo are playing a lot of money.
Yes,
So,
we need Bimbo on all sides.
Yeah, they need.
There we go.
Well, this man could be decisive in this final. Fran Hernandez. He's on the pitch and he's played it to Irving Zurita, who's making his first appearance of the evening in the Azteca Stadium. Jade Adias intercepting.
It's just over 5 minutes gone, still very early on in that first half. But Fran Hernandez, you know, he's not really touched the ball, and that is so important for Ranita that they keep him as far away from possible from the goal. That's 14 goals, 8 assists in the regular season. And of course, he's one of the few players that came here to the Kings League Americas, having played and played well, enjoying success in Spain. Had a really good spell playing for Cuni Sports, Fran Hernandez, and also played for Aniquiladores as well.
And he's just drifted back as the season's gone on, Fran Hernandez. He used to play much further forward, but now he likes to be at the back, be the sort of first player bringing the ball out, moving the team.
Oh, guess who just took an acro...
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't get a replay from that semi-final incident.
The sprint on.
Where he and then dived again. Fucking shot. I mean,
incredible.
Yeah, he's some character. Now, there's a Mexican wave here. And waiting for Bruno to jump out of his seat and raise his arms. Big smile on his face. Yeah. But just quickly, if you look at the Real Titan and Ranita, the scoreboard, you have those little light blue cyan arrows to the side. Presidential penalties, yes. So we're going to see the presidents come out onto this pitch. Barca Gamer scored, Alana missed. Now, would they take 2 penalties also, Real Titan? And who would take that second penalty?
I think they ought to go for the one piece, wouldn't they? Don't think Germán's friend.
Silent friend.
Yeah. Oh! Offside still. Well, Murray just proving what he's capable of.
Well, is he going to end up with his hair dyed pink? Or are these two presidents going to get tattoos?
That's what's on the line. Not only the trophy.
Oh, Bruno also said for those watching at home that he's also going to get a frog tattoo.
Yeah.
If Ranita win. Yep.
Exactly. On a not very visible part of my body, probably.
Yeah. A tattoo of Kermit.
Well, no goals so far in the final. We're 8 and a bit minutes into it. We've seen a couple of saves from Oamura. We've seen a post or crossbar or both being struck by Paul Groth. That's the closest anybody's come to scoring a goal so far. Zurita. Oh, that's a dying Mexican wave.
So slowly faded out. Did quite a few laps of this wonderful stadium.
Rodriguez. Zurita forced back.
Well, plenty of respect in these first few minutes. Lots of respect. You can tell it's KG. Nobody really wants to make a mistake too early on.
And you can see Fran Hernandez and his manager, Paul Font. Fernandez not happy with some sort of message being put across by the manager. He doesn't agree with what he's asking of the team. And, well, there we go. This game's going to come into life with the presidential penalty for Real Titan. Pedraza, that's a good turn. Yair Arias, though, always biting back at you. Trejo.
Oh, unable to get their foot on the ball here, Ranita. I think they've yet to string together 3 or 4 passes.
No, yeah, it's been Real Titan in possession. There they are pressing, making it difficult for Ranita to come up from the back. And, well, Murga forced to slice that one out for a throw-in. Are we going to get the penalty now?
Best of back passes as well. I mean, lacking a bit of weight to that back pass. And Osvaldo Martinez, they're just apologising to Murga. And we are going to have that penalty now.
Well, it could be the first strike, first blow in the final, but Germán Garmendia is by no means a guarantee. Well, he's pumping himself up. He'll need to do better than he did in the semi-final.
Well, he had some support earlier, but not here against a team from Mexico.
Well, it's not going to be any easier for him coming up against Hugo Murga, who's perhaps the best goalkeeper in the Kings League Americas.
Ever present Hugo Murga.
Well, he's been left on his own there, Germán Garmendia. That's not the nicest situation to be in, just standing there on your own in the middle of a pitch with, what, 50, 60,000 eyes on you.
Well, that could be a rather clever move. I mean, if I was the Ranita manager, I'm Severo Meza, I'll be telling my players, hang around, Murga. Wait until the referee asks you to get in goal. Like now, don't. The longer he's out there, the more nervous he will be, the more tense he will be.
Oh, the stare
This
off.
one's going over the
between
bar.
Hugo Murga and
Over the bar.
Germán Garmendia.
That's my bet.
Well, he's going to have to generate a bit more power than we've seen to actually get it over the crossbar. Can he do it when it matters most? Garmendia down the middle, and it's the leg of Hugo Murga that denies him for the second time this evening from the penalty spot. Again, it's a slightly underwhelming penalty from the team president. Ooh. Ooh.
Really good save because he was diving in the opposite direction. Oh, stuck out a leg. That could have, I mean, it wasn't a well-struck penalty, but, you know, a penalty down the middle. Keeper moves and, you know, but Murga showing just why he's probably, like you said, along with Monterde, I think, you know, best goalkeeper in the Kings League Americas. And now, Ranita, though it's level, still have their penalty. And I would bet on Barca Gamer to score if he does choose to take that penalty. Because, you know, another option could be Alana, who has taken 2 penalties today, one in the match and one before a game in a practice session. Both went over the bar. By a long way.
Well, the first one's
still travelling.
Yeah. Are they stopping for the penalty to be taken, or do they get the corner? It's going to be Barca Gamer, isn't it? He's drinking his Gatorade. Oh, they've gone for the safer option. Corner first. Oh, Barukochoa was unmarked.
That was such a
And
clever
now-
corner kick, just dinked towards the 6-yard box.
It's Mr. Barker.
Now, the two
Well, this
penalties
is
he's
where-
taken so far have been really good. Really, really good.
And this is where we said before, it doesn't all come down to who's got the better team. At the end of the day, these two teams could end up 1-1, 2-2, and the fact that one president is more capable at taking penalties could decide who wins the trophy.
And also, I mean, put a bit more pressure on Raul Didan. I mean, I would put my money on this president to score. All the presidents, I think Castro, another great penalty taker. But from what we've seen today, I mean, the two penalties he's taken, and I had my doubts, were both excellent. Now, will he go the little chip down the middle, or will he just blast it to the right of the keeper like he did earlier in that semi-final?
Ah, of course, bottom left. It's a comfortable penalty from Barca, and the first goal in the final is scored by the president. Ranita take the advantage.
Well, he's a safe bet from the spot, isn't he?
He is indeed. And it's got to make you a lot more comfortable when you speak to your players, knowing that you're scoring goals and not letting them down. Like, I wouldn't like to be
Yes.
Germán Garmendia's boots and having to look at them in the eyes and say, hey, I keep missing penalties, but, you know, you guys have got to win this on your own.
Well, it's not often that we've seen Raul Didan behind. You know, the games they lost, match days 10 and 11, nothing ready to play for. But here, this is the final. They were the better team up until that moment.
Well, a couple more replays of that penalty from Barca. Big celebrations. It's always nice to see the look on the faces of these presidents when they score penalties, or the emotions when they miss them. As Alberto Garcia goes down here, he was caught behind by Uemura as they both challenged for that ball.
I think it's a bit like a dead leg. I mean, he went down. He's limping slightly, walking gingerly. Yeah.
Oh.
No, but he gets the ball, doesn't he, the keeper? I mean, you've got to come out. You've got to
No,
take
yeah,
the prisoners.
that's the way a keeper's got to come out. Yeah, that's the way they've got to
Can't
come out.
speculate.
Alberto Garcia, yeah, he did it like he'd come from an offside position.
You can hear the managers.
Paul Font.
There's a mic down there.
And you can tell it's Paul Font because it's the Spanish accent and the Spanish swear words, which are a little bit different from those used
Slightly,
in
yeah.
Mexico. Osvaldo with the ball to Barukochoa on the left. Jade Arias with the run from deep, and it's cleared off the line by Fran Hernandez, of all people. Again, one of those good team moves from Ranita.
They're so slick.
Barukochoa. Yes, this is Barukochoa dropping to the left, and Jade Arias with a deep run, and just so much mobility to the team. It'd be a different game without him, wouldn't it?
Well, he just memes. I could do so many.
Osvaldo drilling the low corner, cleared by Martin Rodriguez.
I mean, you've got to be a big fan of Villa, the muchacho striker. I mean, he's 42 years old and led the scoring charts, but of all these strikers that drop back deep and get heavily involved in the build-up play.
Oh, Jose Rochin! He was the star in the semi-finals and he's appeared again in the final, and not for the first time today, Eric. His shot hasn't been the cleanest of contacts, but it's ended up in the back of the net. He's just having one of those days.
Well, the last time left footed into the opposite corner. Again, it hits the turf first.
Yeah.
And just bounces up and deceives the goalkeeper. I'm just saying that Bracacho is such a threat, dropping deep, getting heavily involved in moves, starting off the play. His movement has been excellent. And Ranita, now the better team, but it all came about after Barca scored that penalty. That's the difference. Scoring and missing. Had Germán Garmendia have scored, who knows? Roldán could be leading.
That's going to be an interesting battle. Baruch and Martin Rodríguez, two very big complainers who are looking to deceive the referee all the time and trying to irritate and frustrate the opponent. I could see that one. If that one doesn't end with one of them in the sin bin, then I'd be disappointed.
Just quickly also point out, it's good that they've changed the shirts,
Kits.
the jerseys of the linesman and referee. Because they kind of clashed with Roldán. Oh.
Look at Baruch sniffing where that shot was going to go. Fran Hernandez needs to make more of an impact on this game as it's won back by Ranita. Rochin backheels it to Osvaldo Martinez, and it's falling to Rochin. Oh, it's Baruch in the end, but it's a good save there from Paul Cruz.
I've not seen Roldán look so shaky this season.
Fran Hernandez. Well, he needs a bit of movement from his teammates. He finds a gap for Alberto Garcia, intercepted by Ayoví. I mean, that's some defense as well. Romo and Ayoví.
Oh, look, this is brilliant.
Osvaldo. Oh, shot flying over the crossbar, but again, it's a team in sync, Ranita.
And also confidence, morale, sky high. And confidence is everything in any sport, in any walk of life. And right now, Ranita just think they can do something every time. Well, they do. Every time they get the ball, there's an end product. There's a shot.
Zurita trying to weave his way through the Ranita defense. Fran Hernandez pulling the strings as usual, but it's quite comfortable defending so far for Ranita.
I mean, I think it's probably not, it shouldn't come so much as a surprise as we move into those final few seconds for that 18-minute mark, that Ranita are leading. I know Roldán, many people's favourites, but you look at Ranita's defeats, and of their defeats, 3 came in the first half of the regular season. They are the best team from the halfway point of the regular season until now. They're the local side, they have the support, and yeah, I don't think it's so much of a surprise, though I do think that Roldán, if they do score, you know, we'll see how Ranita will cope. But, well, here's your favourite singer.
Needs to change the cowboy hat for the baseball cap. Let's see what roll of the dice we get. This is important for Real Titan. Wow, that's a proper launch. It's
That's
a
good.
2. It's a 2.
It's good, it's good. We're happy with that, yes?
Yeah, we'll take that, definitely. That is some
Big
catapult.
improvement on 5v5s. Well, we've had 2 5v5s in both semi-finals.
Yep, yep. Well, 2v2. This is a potential way back into it for Real Titan. They were probably better in the 2v2 we had earlier in the game. So when they struck the post, actually that was 3v3, but still. They were the better team in those early stages of the game when there were 2-3 players on the pitch. Nope. No buzzer.
He's definitely fit to Arias. Played the first half and he's starting here.
Oh, what happened to the buzzer there? I think we might get another 20-second countdown.
Just adding to the suspense in these final 2 minutes of the first half.
These players don't know when to start sprinting. Oh, suddenly. Oh, that's unfortunate because he got there early and early enough to be able to sort of drag that ball back, but a loose touch from Zurita. Now 2v2, sacrificing the goalkeeper. I'm going to play it with Ayobi and Jade Arias.
Now, isn't that an unnecessary risk?
Well, let's see.
Leading 2-0.
Ayobi, Arias. There's the shot from Arias, and it's in. It's 3-0. Well, they waited for the perfect moment to get just close enough to have enough time on the shot. Ayobi there, teeing it up for Jade Arias. 3-0. What a huge lead for Ranita in this first half.
Just staying on side. It was a gamble, you know. They could have kept on a keeper. Instead, 2 outfield players. They are leading 3-0. Real pressure on Real Titan.
There you go now. Pedraza's hit the post. That had to go in.
That's now twice they've hit the woodwork.
Not showing too much support for his teammate there. He was complaining that he didn't put it in the back of the net. And still time for another Ranita attack. It's Martin Rodriguez on his own against Jade Arias. Well, he's offered him the opening there. Plays it across to Ayobi. Back to Arias. Again with Ayobi. Arias. Ayobi. And a brilliant save from Cruz.
Well, it's their ball again because it went out behind. They'll get possession back. That's a brilliant stop, isn't it?
Perfect.
So how do you take a corner kick?
Ranita. Yeah. So difficult to defend here for Martin Rodriguez. Arias can take the shot. Oh, well, that was a very big chance.
And they bring on Morgan out. Probably time, what, for 2 more attacks?
Yeah, it should be time for a couple, because Real Titan will need to execute this one quickly. That's not a good pass from Pedraza for Fran Hernandez. Back to Pedraza. Not a good control Fran Hernandez, Pedraza goes round. Hugo Murray gets a hand
do it.
onto it.
Shoot.
Jair Arias, empty goal. No. Well, he's had two very clear chances, Jair Arias, to further extend their lead here. And
He could have carried that
very
ball
wasteful.
5, 10, 15 yards further forward and then shot.
It wasn't even close as well. Fran Hernandez decides to go on his own. Hugo Murga saves, and it's popped out of his hands. Pedraza scores the goal. They needed that. That was of huge importance to Real Titan. 3-1. And we've still got 15 seconds to go.
If they're going to be quick, they might have a chance here. But Murga, some brave goalkeeping.
That was unlucky how it just popped up there for Pedraza. Ajovi, they're complaining that time is up. Is that a penalty? Oh, the referee deciding.
Oh, he's blown his
a lot
whistle.
of controversy here. A lot of controversy here. First with the penalty, then with the goal. I think, Eric, that they'll look at VAR and decide that that was a penalty. But also, they were saying that it was past the 2 minutes of added time.
Well, he's saying, the referee, that that was after the whistle. They're checking to see if it's a penalty here. There's contact. There's contact. The arm comes round. There's definite contact. Look. There. Yeah. I mean, the player goes down very easily.
It goes down, yeah.
But look. Clear. No,
Yeah,
there's contact to the face.
That's a penalty.
The arm comes round and hits him on the side of the face. There's contact. Should be a penalty. Soft, but a penalty.
Well, he's got a few decisions to make here.
And also, if it's a penalty, it saves his blushes for blowing the whistle just as
Yes.
Dan shot and scored.
Can you imagine the reaction of Martin Rodriguez if he gives this penalty now?
It's going to be a penalty.
He's going to rip his head off. You can see him behind. Oh, it's got to be.
I mean, there's contact on the face, isn't he?
Yeah, face.
I mean, there's a bit of it. I mean, he
also-
lets his trailing leg.
But it's zero attempt from the defender to play the ball.
He's saying there's no penalty. No penalty.
Who's saying that? Whoa. I think he's got that one wrong because he said there's no contact. No, there's no contact leg to leg, but you've got a defender stretching his arm out. His only intention is
And
to
also,
prevent
the first
striker
contact
from,
is hand to
from
face.
cheating.
Now,
Yeah.
having
And you can't just stretch your arm out like that to block a striker in the box.
now, do they now have to check to see if Raul Titan's goal is a goal? Did he blow his whistle after or before the ball was shot? I mean, some controversial decisions. I mean, at the end of what hasn't been a controversial final, 2 semi-finals, no real incidents to talk about, but what a final 30 seconds. What could have been or should have been a penalty, and then Raul Titan complaining that they could have scored, still complaining, and no, they've checked the shot as well. There's no goal. No penalty, no goal.
Well, I suppose it's the most neutral decision to go with. Don't give anything to either one. And
The best way to upset
call it a
both
half.
teams.
Yeah. I can
Well-
only imagine what they're saying there. Well, Ranita's got no microphone, but blimey, you could hear her there screaming.
Yes.
Sorry, Ranita, Alana.
Parker Gamer is saying, look, you know, probably should have been a penalty, but we're happy with our performance, and, well, they deserve to lead. And they're, what, 20 minutes away. Look at the body language. 20 minutes away from winning the inaugural Kings League Americas. And poor Mendia looks lost for words. Never seen him like this before.
Yeah, because he's never been in this position, has he?
And when they have, it's been a game that hasn't really mattered.
Yeah, where he's been on the beach. He loves doing that little sort of blowing out, doesn't he? Like, oh, yeah. Oh, this is intense. Yes, he does that a lot. Yeah.
Now, still, he's going to get a yellow card, isn't he? Yes, he is. And he's lucky it's not going to be red.
He's a pain in the neck, Bolfont. He's like this every week. Every week. Well, bit of product placement there.
Yeah, I would. Not even discreet. Where's the camera?
Well, what a first half. What a first half.
Brilliant.
Especially what an
And
ending
so far,
for the first half.
we're right. Dear Bruno. Ranita. We might be silenced in the second half, but we'll make the most of it now. With Ranita leading. I mean, for a team that, you know, didn't score many goals, 7-3 Olimpo United, 8-1 Galacticos, and they lead Real Titan at half-time in the final. Probably deserve a penalty also. Could have been worse for Real Titan, but, you know, I still want to know how and why Alias didn't play in that previous game. Because you lose, and then what do you do? One of your best players has not played. But look, he's been playing, and he's played the entire 20 minutes and played well and scored.
Yep. Yeah, I guess we'll never know exactly what's been happening there behind the scenes for Ranita.
Maybe he missed the bus, couldn't park.
Well, the message from Golden Mondial of Peluche Caligari. And this sets us up very nicely for the second half, because tensions had been rising, and it might start all kicking off, especially if Martin Rodriguez is involved in the game. Baruch Ochoa. I was seeing we could maybe pick up on Gerard Piqué.
Oh, the president of the Kings League. I know he's delighted with the success of the competition here. Kings League Americas in Mexico, based, of course, in Mexico. The teams from the continent present, and looking forward to that World Cup. And just quickly explain the World Cup, as we can't quite hear PK. There's a redemption game involving 8 teams. The 4 winners then qualify. And it's going to be non-stop all the way through those group stages, that Swiss system, before we get to the last 16, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final of the World Cup. Looking forward to seeing these other teams in action. Teams from Europe, Asia, Japan, Middle East. Before that, we need to know which of these 2 teams are going to arrive at the World Cup as winners of the Kings League Americas, Real Titan or Ranita.
Well, all players on the pitch for the second half. The ball going to be launched on from one moment to another. It's the that huge crossbow which will shoot it on. And wallop. So Reality Dan with the early possession. Oh, Murga comes out late. What's he going to give here? Oh, free kick against Reality Dan.
Well, I suppose the
Alberto
foot
Garcia.
was up high against a goalkeeper, which is always a bit of a risk.
Look at him touching his face.
He goes down, not too sure whether to hold on to his face.
Yeah.
Got clearly caught on the hand, which I'm sure hurts. Gets really nervous, doesn't she?
Yeah. Screaming capacity of those lungs is incredible as well. Murga going long towards Baruch Ochoa. That's something that's worked well for Ranita. Now Rochin. Fran Hernandez. Ooh, that looked like a dodgy throw. Romo. Awkward pass, intercepted by Pedraza. Trejo. Another iffy pass as Baruch Ochoa goes down for yet another battle with Martin Rodriguez, who tells him to get back up on his feet. That's rich coming from him.
Yeah,
Trejo.
that was... He takes quite a few risks, though, doesn't he, with those challenges?
That one was on the limit, I'd say.
I mean, there might have been a bit of contact, but because it was Baruch Ochoa, I think the referee just turned the other way. But in the first half, I do think he committed a penalty. It was a penalty.
Definitely, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I think the, the player did dive, well, not dive, but fell easily. But there was contact. It was in the box.
Oh, thrown Reality Dan. I thought it was Ranita. They all got caught off guard there.
Well, you can see they're complaining there to the linesman because they were caught racing forward. And in the end, luckily they managed just to head it clear.
Fernandez, again, as usual, indicating to his teammates where he wants them to move. Pedraza. Back with Fran. Zurita.
You've got to get Fran, I think, closer to goal. That's where he does the damage. I know he's excellent in possession. And his calm, starting moves.
Oh, almost out of nowhere there. Alberto Garcia doing well to test Murga with that volley. Pedraza's corner to the near post. Osvaldo Martinez is an old fox. Clearing it. Trejo.
Well, they've been pegged back in their own half, Ranita.
Alberto Garcia. The 1-2 with Zurita. Comes away with the ball from the challenge, but look at all those players from Ranita getting back.
You see them scurrying back. Some really good defending.
Well, I don't know how Pedraza could try and argue that that was his throw-in. Arias. Rochin.
He's pulled up. He's got injured. He's pulled up straight away.
I was about to say the rebounds are favouring him and that he was going to come away with it there, but it does look like maybe that could be the end of his game.
For all the dominance in this second half, Ranita haven't really created a clear-cut chance. A couple of balls over the top. Mordega's been quick off his line.
Arias. Oh, it's soft and it's right down the middle at Lascari, who's on.
If his finishing was better, he'll be top scorer. That's the one side of his game. We've talked about this before. His finishing isn't the best.
Yeah.
Oh, Severo Meza could become the first manager to win the Kings League Americas. A team that started the season with more defeats than victories. A team that suffered 3 losses in the first half of the season, just 1 in the second half of the season. Turn things around superbly, Meza. Oh, just looking to gain a few yards.
Ultimately, what they've done is lost quite a bit of time with the throw-in. Now they start to move it around quickly for Meraz, who's entered the game. Meraz, the save from Murga. It's hooked clear towards Baruch Ochoa against Martin Rodriguez, who throws everything at Baruch Ochoa but can't dispossess him. Meraz. Osvaldo. Jade Arias getting there ahead of Martin Rodriguez. What's his complaint now? He says it's a coming together. Another sin bin for him. Well, what did I say earlier? If Martin Rodriguez or Baruch Ochoa don't get sin binned, I'd be disappointed. There it is.
Oh.
I mean, can't be going that high.
Yeah, I mean, his foot is head high. I do think Arias again makes the most of the contact. And it's very dangerous play. And he's saying that, you know, we just came together.
Well, you came together because
your foot came together with Alice's head.
Exactly.
So yes, technically you came together.
Oh. You know you can't put your foot that high.
I mean, only a yellow card could count himself slightly fortunate. Clock stopped, by the way. Those wondering at home, there are times when players are down injured and there is stoppages in the game. Apart from stoppage time, the game can be stopped. You can see it's currently 27-29. Play will resume when this free kick is taken.
Well, it will be Osvaldo, and it trickles its way past the wall. Omar Lascari quick to clear off the line. Always so good at spreading his legs out and just making himself a big unit in goal. Axel Martinez, another player who's rarely featured for Ranita today.
Every ball forward is won by Baruch Ochoa. He brings every ball forward. Sometimes you think no point, but you chest it down. His layoff, his hold-up play, his link-up play is excellent.
There's Yair Arias doing what he does best.
Got to be careful pressing her up the pitch. They're a man down here, Ranita.
Oh, Osvaldo to Yair. Now Axel Martinez, he's got options. He's run out of them with a lackluster step over there from Axel Martinez. And a weapon locked in by Real Titan. Oh.
Oh, that was a bit late
Not
as
a
well.
pretty sight
caught
for him.
Timmy quite hard. I mean, he's straight off, so didn't impress the number 17. So Axel Martinez is off 6th appearance, but hasn't clocked many minutes in a Ranita jersey since signing.
Osvaldo coming forward. Rochin, who's back in, meaning that he's not injured.
Oh, caught him slightly flat-footed. Let's see what this secret weapon is. The cards that were handed out at the start of the game before kick-off. One collected by each team, while Ranita opting to use theirs first.
And it'll be a shootout, which with Fran Hernandez, more times than not, tends to be a goal. Oh, it's getting feisty with Baruch Ochoa, as usual.
Rochi, ¿es necesario también lo que haces tú? Es necesario también lo que estás haciendo. Contrólate y respira.
Listening to the referee.
Sí, respétense los dos. ¿Para qué?
Control yourself and breathe.
I mean, there's a tiny push by Fran Hernandez, but not enough to topple Rochin. But still, it's off the ball and could be a yellow card. What you get, Bruno, are teams that are used to winning don't know how to lose. And Ranita aren't too sure what to do, how to go about things. They're getting wound up, they're losing their court. Now, of course, they're looking to put off a number 10 before this shootout, which is a lifeline. They score, they're back in this contest. Otherwise, I do think Ranita are going to hang on and win. Of course, they've still got their weapon, which they can use in these final 10 minutes.
Well, maybe the best goalkeeper against the best outfield player. Fran Hernandez against Hugo Murga. Oh, he sits Hugo Murga down and he silences the crowd. He is pure class. His name is Fran Hernandez. It's 3-2.
I mean, I've not seen anyone do that to Murga this season.
The thing is, Fran Hernandez does that almost every time, but it always tricks the goalkeeper.
Well, another off-the-ball incident, another player down, a bit more tension. Now, a yellow card to the assistant manager. Have to be careful because the manager has already been booked. A second yellow and a red card. Have to watch the rest of the game from the, well, tunnel area or stands. Did you see anything there, Bruno?
I must admit I didn't, no.
No, I was looking as well, just in case, you know, that it's just...
I saw the assistant racing across, but... Well, this is a chance as well.
the two are really nervous. They're swaying from one side to another.
Yeah,
Really burnt
they've
the
not sat down
The grass
in
beneath them.
any of the two games. They've not sat down for a second. Well, it's obviously going to be Fran Hernandez. Found a way through the wall.
Well, shouting instructions to his teammates, Fran Hernandez. We're seeing him now play further up the pitch. There he is pressing.
Fran. Meraz. Yes. Great defending again from Yair. Maybe not the place for the back heel there from Rochin. Now Fran. Trademark step over. Still Fran. Outside of the boot. He's a joy to watch.
I mean, probably the most skillful player in the Kings League in small spaces, short spaces.
He doesn't lose the ball. As it's slashed over the crossbar by Javier Meraz.
Now the referee is going to have to warn Ranita. He'll be time wasting. Just looking to run down some valuable seconds whenever possible.
Arias. Baruch Ochoa. Yes, I think he's caught Meraz on the back of the neck there. Martin Rodriguez back on the pitch and holding his shin. A nice battle going on there in the corner between Walter Ayobi and Alberto Garcia. Alberto Garcia in the end getting what he was looking for.
I've not seen anyone get past Ayobi since he signed.
He's a
since
rock.
he joined Ranita. I mean,
So
I would
strong.
say he's probably, what, a contender for best defender of the season. I know Eric Beda is up there as well.
Luis Moreno of
Yeah, and you're going to
Barcelos
say
as well.
that Muchachos centre-back. He's also been outstanding. I mean, it's a shame he's not here. There's quite a few players that, you know, you kind of grow fond of or just enjoy watching, you know, that are playing on other teams that aren't here in this Final Four. But I do think the two best clubs are taking part, as we now have Ranita's weapon.
Shootout as well. Well, it couldn't be more even and fair in terms of the luck of the card that they've both drawn, because it's the exact same level playing field. Shootout apiece.
Well, let's see, because in those presidential penalties, Garmendia missed, the president, and Barker Gamer scored. Let's see if it's the other way around here.
Oh, they've decided to go with Rochin.
Well, he's a contender for MVP of this Final Four, along with Murga. I think those two have been best players for Ranita.
He scored a lot of goals. Rochin, and he's been a little bit fortunate, but I've been saying it all evening long, Eric. It seems to be one of those days for Rochin where he's not striking the ball cleanly, but he's scoring goals.
I mean, his goal in the semi and the goal here weren't the best of shots, and that was under the body of the goalkeeper. There's a gap between the arm and the body, and a ball can just about fit that gap. And like you said, you know, today he scored 3, and another day he would have missed all 3.
Definitely. There was that one from the really tight angle as well, where he just hit it and it found its way through the goalkeeper. Just everything's going in for Rochin. Ooh, watch out, Murga.
Well, made sure he stayed just inside the box, or at least the ball did. So into the final 5 minutes, just over 2 minutes until we reached the 38-minute mark. And, well, if things don't change, Goals will be worth double, so it's only 1 goal in it.
Merath. Oh, a hint of a foul there from Cesar Romo, who was late to the challenge.
He was late, yeah, he was late. Just apologises, but that could easily have been a free kick to Ranita in a really good position. Bang, central, edge of the D.
Doing well to keep it in play, Merath. Doing well to control that pass, Ranita. Now Trejo. Arias just a little bit overzealous in his defending there.
Oh, the clock's ticking down. It's not being stopped here. I think we'll see at least 2 or 3 minutes of added time.
And Fran with not the best service. Rochin comes away. Might as well have a shot. Oh, imagine if those rebounds fell favourably.
He bundled his way through 2 challenges and still almost came out with the ball.
Fran Hernandez. Real Titana running out of time as Murga is forced to come off his line and smother the ball. He's been caught there by Irving Zurita.
He's not staying down, is he?
Garcia.
I don't think there was enough for him to stay down, Murga. But again, you know, the dark arts, you waste a few valuable seconds, is in control. But in what, 20 seconds time, it's still going to be a 1-goal game.
Ajoy. Arias. Oh, a bit too strong. Ten seconds. Will anyone have a shot? Zurita.
Have a pop.
Rochin. Yeah.
Give it to Rochin.
Baruch Ochoa. Nah, he's run out of time. So 38 minutes. We're going to head into the last 2 minutes of the final. Double goal. So Real Titan just a goal away from leveling this against Ranita. And that presidential penalty, I've been thinking about it and going back to it. Now that it's 4-2, it's not as important as it was at 3-2. But for a big while in this game, it's Barca Gamer who has been handing Ranita the title.
I mean, yeah, you mentioned earlier how important those weapons are, presidential penalties, make the most of those opportunities because sometimes it can change the momentum, the dynamic. They were struggling, you know, Ranita looked comfortable and then they turned the game on its head. They lead 4-2. 2 minutes plus what? 3 minutes perhaps of added time. 5 minutes away from winning this Kings League Americas on home soil. Upsetting the odds, beating favourites Real Titan, but I wouldn't rule out Germán Garmendia's team just yet. They've not been vintage, it's been a below par performance, but still, there's only 1 goal in it.
Well, the lights go out for the final time this evening. Yair Arias wins the sprint, as he tends to do. Rochin, Baruch Ochoa. Good initial possession for Ranita. Oh, Baruch Ochoa was unmarked inside the box. And for his standards, that was a chance. Yes.
The flag stayed down, and I don't think he realised how much time and space he had.
Well, that shot took a deflection off Walter Ayavi. It was Trejo.
I think Trejo got fouled after taking that shot on the edge of the box.
Fran. Outside of the foot. Oh, Murga comes and collects. Again,
And will stay down.
Scrapes a couple of seconds off the clock here.
Well, the referee checking his watch. He's signalled across to the fourth official. How much time are we going to get at the end of this second half? Still pacing side to side. Barker Gamer
Osvaldo.
and Elena.
Oh. Fran. Has he still got one more trick up his sleeve? Drop of the shoulder, but he's not falling, Jade Arias. Look how well he's done to keep that in play. And he gets the foul as well.
Well, look at that,
What's
man.
that?
You win the Kings of America plus
Oh.
that wedding. Need a date. Need to find out when it is, Bruno.
He's not played though, has he?
He came on for a handful of seconds in the semi-final. But no, he's not checked in yet in this final.
Not focused. Martin Rodriguez. Oh! And it falls to him again. Edge of the box, Fran Hernandez. Well, that was perhaps the moment for Real Titan. Zurita. Osvaldo coming away. Well, he's not the paciest of players, and he's not managed to hold it up for too long either. Oh, it was right
luckily-
down the middle at Murga.
Yeah, straight down the keeper's throat. Either side. And would have been 4-4. Still just over 2 minutes left, Bruno. I still think they're going to get a chance or two in these next 2 minutes.
Yes, there's got to be something left in this game. Ajovi. Brilliant challenge from Alberto Garcia. Fran. Oh, you just knew that he was going to go alone.
Go through a crowd of players. I think it's a couple of deflections on its way through. Lost a lot of pace. And Barker Gemi can barely watch.
Oh, Lascari. Took a while to put the ball back into the box. He plays it to Zurita. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Martin. Fran back to Zurita.
That's
That was
handball.
a handball.
Oh!
And this, with Fran Hernandez, is a real chance for Real Titan.
Oh, this is the mic on the referee. Just telling players to please calm down. Karma, calm down. And Vamos caminando. Come on, guys. Just leave. Vacate the area.
Well, there
I'd
can't be
love
any
to
complaints
see-
about that handball.
I'd love to see mics on referees in, in La Liga and, top competitions. You can hear everything that's being said.
Yeah, I think they did an experiment once in the 90s in Spain where there was like a famous piece on TV where the players didn't know that the referee was mic'd up, and it didn't leave them in a very good light.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably have to beep, 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 and put games out after the watershed. Well, clock has been stopped, Bruno. 30 seconds remaining. A free kick in a really good position. It's far enough. Oh, it's far enough to get it over the wall and down again, through the wall, around the wall. But I mean,
But this is what you...
late drama.
When you're playing in the park as a kid, this is what you do, isn't it? You put the ball and you say, last minute, he needs to put the free kick in. Now will he do it? Fran Hernandez, oh, he went for the low pole driver and the follow-up goes wide. And could that be it for Real Titan? I will say that of these 3 minutes of added time, there's been a lot of stoppages. So will the referee add on some time? Meanwhile, Zurita's been sin-bin, so Real Titan are down to 6. Rochin, Martin Rodriguez gets ahead onto the ball.
Challenge. That was a strong challenge. Look, that frustration.
What's he doing? What's he
And then
doing?
he gets
Oh,
the
the
final
final whistle is blown, and the first ever champions of the Kings League Americas are Ranita. They were the best team this evening from the semi-finals onto the final. I think, I was going to say, I thought there was a bit of aggro on the pitch, but no, they were running to help Rochin stretch, who has been the star of the night, Eric. And oh, there is some aggro. There are some handbags. But
well, Timmy, Fran, I think a few players, bit of tension, the celebrations going on there.
understandable.
Well, I suppose, yeah, Real Titan disappointed because they came in as favourites. They led the league table from week 1 all the way through the regular season. They qualified automatically, the only club to qualify for the Final Four directly. Ranita didn't, but they did end the season in fine fashion. The best team from the midway point of the regular season until the final and including the final. Deserved winners. A team from Mexico crowned champions of the inaugural Kings League Americas. Congratulations, Ranita.
And what epitomizes this team is that we've talked about Walter Ayoví, Obed Martinez, I'm not sure he even played in the final, but we talk about him. We talk about Baruch Ochoa. But then suddenly it's Jose Rochin, who wasn't even on the radar this evening, and he scored all those goals in the semi-final and in the final. It's the best squad. It's the best squad. It's got the most strength in depth, and in the end, we have pointed out that the best squads and the best teams don't always win competitions. But here in the Kings League Americas, no one can say that the best team didn't win the competition.
Definitely, I think that's it. Team. It was one of those teams where they had no high scorer, nobody in double digits coming into this game. Unlike other teams, didn't rely on any single player. And that's why, Anes didn't play in the semi-final. Or Martinez. I mean, you're looking at some of the players that did not play in one game and played in the other because the players were rested. And they had fresh players playing in different positions. Whereas we didn't see that from Real Titan, who had a 2-week break, we can't forget. They didn't play as many games as Ranita, but that man was key. His penalty, I think, changed the game. Because up until then, Real Titan looked quite good. You always, had that feeling that they could go... all the way.
Quite small, Alana.
Yeah. But here, we're seeing... these celebrations will go long into the night, and also, one of the players is getting married as well. So it's been a perfect night for Ranita, for Mexico as well. Maybe disappointed that Peluche Caligari, Cuervos didn't make the final, but this team did. And I think against all odds, they have beaten the best team during the regular season, but not at the Final Four. Big win in the semi-finals and an excellent victory here, Bruno, in the final.
Well, we're seeing the Gatorade thrown on Barker Gamer and on Alana. Of course, we're going to hold out and wait for not only the trophy being awarded to the champions, but also there will be an award for the best goalkeeper, the top goal scorer, and the MVP from the Final Four. So, MVP of the Final Four, you'll say Jose Rochin, either Rochin or Murga, you'd have to think.
I think I would hand it to Murga.
Okay.
I would hand it to Murga. I think keepers don't get enough credit. I think Murga pulled off a string of excellent saves. Though
there are 2 saves, aren't there, from from Murga.
Yes.
There are two saves that if you don't go to the replay, you don't realise just how extraordinary they are from Murga.
Well, there he is, the hero, one of the heroes for Ranita. And soon we'll have the award handed to the best goalkeeper, scorer, and the MVP of this Final Four. And then the winners will collect their trophies. Mark Rosas and Manu Barrera will be handing out those trophies. And there we see a disappointed, understandably, Germán Garmendia. His team cruised to the regular season title, which isn't really a title, it's symbolic, but it did guarantee them direct passage into the Final Four. Now, I'm sure they would have learned some lessons, perhaps, ahead of the World Cup, because despite losing this final, Bruno, they are still contenders. Still, I think, a team that could go all the way, the full distance at the World Cup.
Yeah, I think any team with Fran Hernandez is always going to have a say, and I think there's something that they take away from it. Germán Garmendia needs to work on his penalties. Because I mean, you could probably laugh at it, but at the end of the day, it's actually very important. It's a very big part of games and outcomes of games, and I think it's something that Germán Garmendia maybe should try and polish a little bit, because it could help his side and boost their chances in the World Cup, really.
No, definitely.
Also, if you look at the other presidents.
Yeah, if you look at the president, I mean, if you've got presidents like Hazard, for example, if he's not
Exactly.
playing, I mean, and we've got to say though as well, Real Titan hit the woodwork twice. They were unlucky. They were unlucky in the first half. And then we had that controversy at the end of the first half. Was there a penalty? And then, straight away, as the final whistle went, Real Titan scored. In the end, they opted to, play it safe and no penalty, no goal. And in the second half, despite dominating possession, Real Titan, they couldn't find a way through. Watching some of the highlights here. And Ranita, I mean, I have to say I'm happy. I'm not getting it to 2 though. I mean, Garmendia is not going to have to dye his hair pink, at least not now. And Barker, Gamer, and Elena are going to get tattoos. Now, Elena said, I'm going to get the club badge, a frog. And Barker Gamer said he has to decide whether to get the club badge or the date. The date of the first ever Kings League Americas final.
Well, the Gatorade making the highlights as Alana was knocked over by the force and power of all the liquid coming out on top of her. And, once those highlights are through, we should get the awards there. Oh, look at that belt in the sort of wrestling style. That's a cool
Well, popular
award.
sport here, isn't it? The masks and the,
Yeah.
and the belts. And what you've got?
What will that be
goalkeeper. You've got.
Yeah,
there are
top goal scorer,
3
and the
awards.
MVP.
Yeah, the
Yes, I
keeper,
know what the belt
the goal
will be.
scorer, and the MVP. Maybe one gets 2 awards. Gets
That
a
might be a
wrestling style
surprise.
belt.
Well, obviously we know the top goal scorer will be Villa. That's why he was in the building. I don't think anyone's taken him. No one's taken over Villa this weekend. I don't think.
No.
Leandro
There was no-
did. No, neither did Fran. So
19
that's
goals.
some achievement.
Villa.
Having played quite a few games less.
And Fernandez was 5 goals further back. But yeah, Villa, outstanding top scorer. As for goalkeeper, interesting to see who they pick. There are several contenders.
Yeah, I don't know what are they going to try and maybe spread it out and go for other teams, or I mean, regardless of what happened in the finals, I would have said Hugo Murga was the best goalkeeper, and the finals has just sort of strengthened that opinion. But it depends what they want to go for. If they want to maybe spread out. I mean, Moises Dabaz is here, and he was pretty good throughout the tournament. So was Eddie Sadia, who's also here. So
well, both goalkeepers are here, and they were both taking part in that penalty shootout. That fun event before the first semi-final. So you kind of, you start, sometimes you might add 1 and 1, it's not 2. But, the fact that obviously Villa is here, we saw Villa, and the fact that those two keepers were also in attendance, and this is Murga, you do feel that they could be collecting that award for best goalkeeper. And as for the MVP of the Final Four, I think it's a 2-horse battle. Two-way battle between Murga and the goal scorer, Regine.
Well, we're going to find out now. Layun Piqué. Oh, there's Marc Rosas on the left, once of Celtic. So, it is Murga.
No surprise.
Oh, there's a nice little surprise factor for us, because obviously we can't hear them naming the players, so we have to wait to see them pop up on screen. Well, the best goalkeeper is the champion, Hugo Murga. I think statistically, at least in the regular season, he was the goalkeeper that made the most saves, or at least at one stage he was the goalkeeper that made the most saves. So not only subjectively, but maybe also objectively, the best goalkeeper in the competition. Let's see, now it's going to be the top goal scorer. Yep, there he is, Tito Villa.
I'm really happy for Villa. I mean, it's a shame he picked up a couple of niggling injuries. Couldn't quite, perform at his best throughout the season, because had he been fit for every game, Muchachos would have made that Final Four.
Oh, he gets the belt. There it is.
It looks like Ranita have prepared some T-shirts. We have to get our hands on
the
one,
MVP.
Bruno.
Oh, the MVP is Fran. What do you make of that? He's obviously...
Well, Fernandez collecting that award. Maybe they didn't want to give 2 to Murga.
Yeah, and yeah, he's the... We said it, he's probably the best player in the tournament, but for the Final Four, I don't know. I feel like
maybe they took into account, appearances,
the whole tournament,
performances, stats throughout the season.
Yeah, if you're taking the whole season, yeah. But it does say on our little running order, it does say MVP in the Final Four. So
maybe they changed it after the result.
If it's Final Four, it has to be Rocino Murga. If it's the whole tournament, then yes, I think probably Fran Hernandez would edge it.
Well, quite a few players that maybe started the season aren't, on this roster, but Murga, Josgar Gutierrez, Cesar Romo, whose nickname, by the way, is the Frog, La Rana. Axel Martinez, Yay Arias, who didn't play in that semi-final. Ricardo Villavicencioso, Ricky Goal, who's getting married. Osvaldo Martinez, Giovanni Sanchez. Eder Lopez made 1 appearance. He might get a winner's medal too. Juan Rojo, Pedro Ochoa, Jose Rochin, Rodolfo Valdez, Sergio Vázquez, and of course the manager. I mean, like you said, Bruno, the best team didn't rely on 1 or 2 players. The best team have won the Final Four.
And here they come, lifting the trophy. It's Osvaldo, the captain, the first ever champions of the Kings League Americas. It's Ranita. Congratulations to them. I'm really looking forward, Eric, to seeing them compete in the Kings World Cup and seeing how far they can go in that tournament.
Ranita. Deserved winners. Congratulations also to the presidents, Elena and Barker Gamer. And be careful, this team could do the double. They are heading to the World Cup as Campeones of the Kings League Americas. And be sure to join us 26th of May, 8th of June, the final. Monterrey, Mexico, the first ever Kings World Cup.
Well, I think you've summed it up perfectly there, Eric. That's the next date on our agenda. For all of you out there who have stuck through the entire evening with the semi-finals, the final, the concerts, we do expect to see you there in a couple of weeks' time. Don't miss out. It's going to be incredible. It's got all those big names, and it'll be one of those where you'll say, I was there when it all started all those years ago. You know, I didn't join this 5 years down the line. I was there when it all began. I've got the original t-shirt. So, Eric, any last words before we say
goodbye? Been a pleasure, Bruno. Look forward to Monterrey. Look forward to the World Cup. Take care, those watching. Be sure to join us again. Remember, 26th of May, the World Cup kicks off here in Mexico. Bruno, buenas noches.
Buenas noches. See you there.